All right. So we didn't have a chance to do this yesterday morning, but I would, because both of you are in the Crystal Cluster and the Sacred Shift, just introduce like who you are, where you're from, like what do you do during the day that keeps you out of trouble? Um, so Lisa, we'll start with you.
I'm not sure it keeps me out of trouble, but
It's a good trouble.
it is. I I'm Lisa Lewitsky. I live in Bellevue, Michigan, which is down near Battle Creek. Um, and I am the township clerk for Bellevue Township.
Oh.
Um, and so that's why I say I'm not sure it keeps me out of trouble, but and so while it's not technically a full-time job, I spend a lot of time on it. Um, so in fact, yesterday I was doing my homework this morning, finding my master's, um, because I was at work at the office during class yesterday and until 5 o'clock because I'm required to be in case somebody comes in for an absentee ballot and not a soul. The phone didn't even ring until like almost 5 o'clock yesterday, and it was not even for me. And they never left a message on the answering machine. So, yeah, it was a very quiet day. I got some stuff done. Plus, I was able to be in class without being interrupted or anything. But and that's what I expected. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much. I've got a husband, John, um, and we're down to two ponies now. That's our only pets, um, if you will. They are big dogs. Like, they don't actually have jobs. They eat and poop, and we love on them. That's it. They just happen to live outside instead of inside.
Awesome. Awesome. All right, Rita.
Um, I'm Rita Sincar. I'm in Oswego, which is a suburb about 40 miles west of Chicago. I've
Oh,
been here for most of my life. It was a small town when I moved here when I was 9 of like 3,000 people. And now it's a big town of like 40,000. So it's still on the smaller
wow.
side, but I saw a lot of growth in my time. It was kind of exciting to see my kids go through the school, but it went from a band of like 24 kids to six bands just in the regular band, then three jazz bands and honors bands. And my kids are music students. So it was nice to have that, go with the change to watch the growth. There was definitely benefits that came from that. As far as myself, I was always into natural things from little, just growing up in more of a small farm town. And then studied yoga in my teen years because my honors English teacher had traveled to India and studied it for 2 years and brought it back to us. So I was learning about third eye when I was 17, but I didn't really understand it in the capacity. I just was introduced to it. And so it was kind of neat to watch it transform throughout my life of almost 40 some years practicing yoga in some capacity. But I definitely dipped my toes into the corporate world for like at least 22 years, flying all over the country. My office was in Houston while I lived in Chicago because it was easy to fly out. Then I had an office in Dallas, managed a team, and then became pregnant at 42 with my second child and decided it was time to kind of slow down. And so I raised my second child more into the world of metaphysical. Like I've attuned him to Reiki Master, have exposed him to crystals. I tried to rent out a home and run a yoga studio out of it. And then I had chickens and I had rabbits, and we did organic gardening and kind of traveled in those realms. But then COVID hit, my father got sick. And so I started helping take care of that for about a year. My mom's sick. I've been taking care of her for 6 years. And the homeschooling of my son kind of had to change. So I've kind of been all over the place trying to do businesses, schools. And now I'm in a space after 2.5 years dealing with a tumor in my hip and finally getting that transformed into titanium, and I can walk. And I did a lot of deep shadow work. And here I am in this class and just loving pulling all these different areas of your life into one space. And that's kind of where I'm at, just trying to be in the present and looking at where I am and where I want to be and how do I bridge that gap and get there. And the shifts have been amazing. The crystals have been amazing. The oils just, I feel like I'm in a really great space in my life, even though there seems to be a lot of turmoil in the world. But I feel great. I feel I'm flying in a different plane, but yet still being grounded because by being in a tumor, you sit in your stuff for a very long. My legs didn't work, so you're sitting there for 2 years, really thinking of life. So it's been great. A lot of gratitude.
All right. So I pulled a card for us, and this is out of the Starseed Oracle, because we're going to talk about star seeds today. And I just pulled the Star Bathing card. So these cards are beautiful. They're by Rebecca Campbell. I just love the artistry and the imagery that she has. They're just so gentle and soft. So this is our card for today. And it says the stars are constantly showering emanations onto the crystalline grid of the earth. When things are in balance, the planet also sends information back up to the stars. Many star seeds have come to earth at this time to help shift the planet vibrationally, to activate the ancient codes of wisdom that humanity has forgotten. And all of that information is stored in the crystalline grid. If you pull this card, you may be called to begin working with the stars and the crystalline grid of the earth. Some people believe that the crystalline grid anchors divine cosmic frequencies onto the planet. You may be guided to journey to particular places on earth to unlock these cosmic codes. You may also be interested in the practice called star bathing. And you can download a star bathing meditation on her website at starseedoracle.me. This card commonly arises because you're here to connect with the crystalline grid of the earth, either in your hometown or by traveling to other places without quite knowing why. It can also mean that your light body, your energy body in its highest form, is being activated. If this resonates, take things extra slow in order to integrate the change of the vibration. I'll tell you, that's a perfect card because we had some new light codes come in on day before Halloween, October 30th, what I posted in the Sacred Shift webpage about the height of the solar flares. Um, I'm already drawing a blank. The three-eye atlas, and what was the third thing? Oh my gosh, I already forgot. Like seriously, the vibrational shift was that intense. So it's about taking things slow, and frequencies have definitely changed, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. But before we get to it, do you have any questions from yesterday? Because that was a lot of different scientific puzzle pieces. Did they lock together all the different pieces? Okay.
For me, yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
it's
Sorry.
oh,
Okay.
um, I've been interested probably tangentially because of liking crystals in geology for a long time. So a lot of it was refresher. Like I've always I understand, you know, how rock forms and the processes and how crystals form, and done the experiments with salt water on a string and um so yeah, a lot of it was good to bring it forward to tie everything kind of together. Like I say, that's kind of been an interest I've been picking up stones everywhere I go since I was a child, and my mom did it. So um, we would come home from vacations with boxes of stones, and so yeah, it's interesting to tie it now together, how that process forms the crystals and what that puts into them.
Mhm. Awesome.
And I really liked how I'm just starting to scratch the surface in numerology and putting that piece in. And so it was a nice reminder that we can't change the crystals ourselves as humans, and that the earth is the only thing that can recalibrate them and keep them in their structures. And the 369, the solfeggio frequencies started to come across my path with the pain that I had for such a long time. And so I was experimenting with tuning forks, and at the frequencies that helped with pain in the bone. And that's when I found out, like, cat purrs, their bone, they are to the frequency of bone. And I have two cats, so it was amazing to work with them. But then solfeggio frequency started to come across, and I got a tuning fork set to that. I have not delved too deeply. But what I thought was interesting is that 369 and the pattern that shows up. I was just recently exposed to Alcoholic Anonymous, and they do a 30-day, a 60-day, a 90-day. The
Mhm.
90 days, a 3 months, a 6 month, a 9 month, and 12 month, and they're all celebrating. And it's interesting. I wonder if they even put together that they're in that frequency, 369. And then the 12 month is 1 + 2 is 3. And it's so exciting to me when the study and the emphasis goes in the numerology. And even my birth year, putting that together, it's a 1, and I'm in this frequency of remembering who I am, and that's what 1 is. But now we're in the 9 to transform it. I'm amazed that I'll be doing things, and then when I find out the numbers and how it goes with it, and now to tie that into the crystal structures, and it's just fascinating, just
Yeah.
fascinating. So thank you. It's overwhelming and exciting to dive into it. There was definitely, like you said, a lot of information.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I hope you see that nothing is random, nothing is coincidence, and everything is in order. And that should help eliminate a lot of fear. Everything is in order.
Mhm.
Even the bad stuff that we don't like. Things play out. There is a cosmic order to everything.
Mhm.
So, all right, let's dive in. Okay, so this energy shift. So what is fascinating to me is I started my business at what I consider step one of the energy shift. I mean, there are some people who say, oh, it started back in the 80s. No, it really didn't. It didn't. They knew it was coming as far back as the 80s. So in the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s, people talked about this energy shift, and they had to talk about it privately and in closed communities. Otherwise, you would be seen as one of those people that keep talking about the rapture that never happens. And it's like you don't want to be seen as that, or, the tinfoil hat people. So people were talking about it, but the energy shift absolutely hit on 11/11/11, November 11th of 2011. So I started my business in April of 2011. Had no business starting my business. I was working 80 hours a week as an attorney. I was flying all over the place. But I was so compelled. I couldn't shake it. I couldn't shake it. And little did I know that I was starting it to help people with the energy shift. I wasn't thinking about it back then. Energy shift was not on my mind. It was just, I need to share what I know. That's all it was. Well, this energy shift was influencing me and I didn't know it. And it influences everybody, but a lot of people don't know it. They don't realize it. So, so I'm going to walk through the various things that are happening in the energy shift, and I think this is going to help you in the sacred shift as well to understand um, what really all the stuff that I'm talking about. So it takes the sun 64 million years to make a complete cycle through the Milky Way universe. And the galactic center, so each galaxy has a center. So if you remember that picture at the end of yesterday where our galaxy is at closest to the center of all of these universes that map out on a tetrahedron. So the center, though, of each galaxy, there is one. And it usually is a black hole. Now, black holes, people get all freaked out, like, oh my gosh, we're going to get sucked into a black hole and that everything ends. Black holes send out very high frequencies. NASA isn't entirely sure what it is, but very, very high frequencies. So, yesterday I showed you the map that, the Milky Way galaxy is part of 45 galaxies that congregate on the edges of these two, octahedrons. And there's nothing in the center as far as they can tell, but we are closest to the center. Now, we're in what's called a Virgo supercluster. We are part of 2,500 neighboring galaxies. And this is what the Hubble telescope is focused on and has been focused on since I don't even remember when the Hubble telescope was put up into space. But the Hubble telescope is focused on this because us and these 2,500 neighboring galaxies are hurling toward what is called the Great Attractor. That's what NASA calls it, the Great Attractor. It's 220 million light years away, but it's dark matter and it's a black hole. And Hubble is focused on it. Like, what the heck is this? What is it doing? Well, it produces very high frequencies. And it's interesting that we are being drawn to it. Now, something that has happened, and this is on the NASA website. You got the link. You can go and check it out. There is a huge energy frequency bubble coming out of the center of our universe. And this is a huge energetic event that is going on, and it's been going on for probably 15 years, okay? These energy bubbles are 25,000 light years long, each of them. And according to NASA, the structure and the shape and the emissions suggest that it was formed as a result of a large and relatively rapid energy release, like a boom, okay? And the source is a mystery, but it's believed to be a black hole rupturing in the center of our universe. So this is kind of what Hubble is looking at. So you can see on the graph where the sun is. We're not near it. Nothing's going to happen to us anytime soon. But these sort of energetic events are happening in our universe. We are not immune from anything. I mean, when I talk about energy, just keep in the back of your mind the image of a very still lake, and you take a rock and you throw it in, and it starts to ripple. And that ripple is endless until it hits something and is stopped. Well, in space, in energy, there is no end. So all this stuff is energy that is all these pebbles being dropped in the water. and rippling. And remember, we are 70% water. So another interesting thing that happened, and I haven't found where this has happened again, but it happened on two occasions. It happened on November 11th of 2018, which look at that numerology, 11, 11, 18. Okay, so 2018. 2018 adds up to 11. 11, 11, 11. There was a mysterious wave that went around the earth, and scientifically, they don't know what it was. It was an energy went around. And what is interesting, National Geographic documented it. Of all places to document it. But it was a mystery wave. They don't know what it was. It could be something from these emissions that are happening. Well, then it happened again the next year on 9/16 of 2019. The same wave went around. All these things are influencing us, okay? So that's one thing. When you look at where we are, where our galaxy is in all these universes, when you look at our universe and these emissions that are happening, we are influenced by all of this. Okay? Now we're going to talk about solar flares and coronal mass ejections. So our sun goes through 11-year cycles, and they are tracked by NASA and NOAA, National Oceanic and Aeronautical Administration. They track sun activity. And then HeartMath tracks sun activity as it influences humans and animals on Earth. So we are in what's called cycle 25. The minimum, like the lowest amount of sun activity being emitted, it started in 2019. We are in the maximum right now in 2025. And then we go back down to minimum in 2030. And then in 2031, we flip over and we start cycle 26. Now, when it comes to solar flares and how to read these maps, they are rated on a scale. If it is labeled A is virtually nothing. The sun is just like blip, like a little tiny solar flare. It's just nothing. B, very low grade. C, we're getting to middle grade. When you get to M, and then X is a coronal mass ejection, which is far more than a solar flare. Okay, A, B, C, and M are solar flares. X is a coronal mass ejection, which is sending out highly reactive plasma. Okay, I want you to think about it like you stick your finger in an electrical socket and you get shocked. Okay, that's what highly reactive plasma does. It shocks the system. It's like, when they put the paddles on people to jumpstart the heart. That's what a coronal mass ejection is like. Bam. And if Earth happens, whatever part of Earth happens to be facing it, or even if Earth is facing it, we could be on the total opposite side of the sun and it's, spraying the other way. But if Earth is facing it, we are going to feel it. And so this is what HeartMath and NASA and NOAA, like everybody is studying this. And what exactly does this do? Well, it bubbles up a lot of heightened energy, extreme energies. It bubbles up anger, rage. You may feel really icky. Like one day you just wake up and you have no reason to feel lethargic, depressed. Maybe you're angry and you have nothing to be angry about, but everything is just stomping on your last nerve. You just don't feel well and you have no reason to just not feel well. You can't sleep very well. All of these are symptoms of basically solar flare toxicity. But these solar flares also bring on war, mass protests, and even death, like mass casualties and epidemics. So there is a field of science called heliobiology where they study scientifically the relationship between solar activity and like epidemics. So depending on what the solar activity is going to show up in different ways. But they also track how solar activity impacts airplanes, like they can relate it to plane crashes, electrical outages, grasshopper infestations, and they track it to human activity. And that's the thing that I do. And it's always after the fact. It's not predictive. Okay, so I'm not looking at, oh, they just said, the sun just emitted a huge coronal mass ejection. We're going to start feeling it in 12 to 24 hours. Like it's not predictive. It's after the fact that I look at it. So um, these are like when you look at 2019, we were in solar minimum. So the top 10 solar flares, we had no coronal mass ejections. We had two that were M class and the rest were C class. And these were the top ones. Then you go to 2023 and we're getting top 10 was all coronal mass ejections. 2024, I mean, I've lost track. There were like 100 coronal mass ejections. 2025, huge number of coronal mass ejections. So we're getting hit pretty hard with this. Now, when there is solar minimum, this impacts us. I mean, think of that snow globe analogy. We are like a snow globe. We are water, we have minerals. When we are shaken, it's disruptive to us physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. It's disruptive. During solar minimum, everything is calm. It's relatively calm. But during that calm, the energy is depressed. So we tend to have more depression, recession type energy. So 2008 and 2009 was solar minimum, and we had a really big recession. In 2020, solar minimum, there was a COVID recession. Um, there was an unusual solar flare in May of 2020 because normally we don't get an M class solar flare during the minimum, but that was around the time of the George Floyd protests. Remember that happened in May? And when I look at stuff like that, I'm always looking, like I say, energetically. I want the backstory of why did that protest happen? Why that killing? I mean, there have been countless killings, some by police, some by other people, some newsworthy, some not newsworthy. Why that one? And then why did people protest? People don't protest over everyone. I tracked it to a very, very unusual M class solar flare that hit, bam, anger bubbles up. Okay. There was another one in May of 2021 that was very strong. And again, solar minimum at that time. But that's when, um, I mean, there's an Israeli Palestine war happening right now, but there was one that happened back then. It started. And then there was a solar flare in February 2022, and that was the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So it's like, and this is what heliobiology scientists do. They track these solar flares to human activity and what is happening. Now let's go to the flip side of solar maximum. So the largest coronal mass ejection ever recorded was in April of 2001, and it caused a radio blackout worldwide. Now I'm thinking back to 2001. I don't remember it. I was super busy in the courtroom as a prosecutor. It's like I had no life. I don't remember that. I don't know if you remember that. Um, In Halloween of 2003, another coronal mass ejection, widespread outages. Okay. Um, September 6th of 2017, another coronal mass ejection, radio blackout. October 7th, there was a huge solar flare, and that's when Hamas attacked Israel. Fall of 2023, major coronal mass ejection. And it was interesting to see how many big businesses at that time were on strike. Like Amazon was on strike. I mean, there were big businesses on strike because people got angry. So you can see how this starts to happen. So um so this is something that influences us. This is highly reactive plasma hitting the earth. Now, when we think of the earth, every 26,000 years, the axis, okay, kind of like the spinal column or the chakra column of the earth, it wobbles. Okay, the axis tilts all the time. Winter, summer, but it wobbled. And when it wobbles, they have tracked it to big environmental events like mass extinction, things like that. And there are aspects of global warming that are tied to this wobble. So Greg Braden talks about it in his Fractal Time book. I mean, yes, humans have poisoned and bombed and destroyed the planet. Humans are the most destructive species ever. But the Earth herself has wobbles that can contribute to this. So all of this energy that is coming in from other planets, from the moon, from the sun, from other galaxies, from this, this asteroid that it wasn't even an asteroid. It was they call it what they call it, an interstellar, I forget the last word. I'm totally drawing a blank on it. But this Atlas interstellar thing came from another star system. It wasn't your everyday asteroid that came really close to the sun and therefore the Earth just a couple of days ago. And so there, scientists have looked at this relationship between all of this energy and the evolution of our DNA. Because how we are right now as humans is not what the human form was 10,000 years ago. Humans evolve. There was even a couple of years ago, I read a scientific article where um, babies are being born with an extra bone in their foot that you and I don't have. They are being born in everything is higher frequency so that they can handle it. So the body evolves. And it also relates to like the extinction or the creation of new species. So, when we have all of this and we are going through these DNA upgrades, we can feel really icky. Okay, this isn't just spiritual woo-woo. It's scientists are tracking this, absolutely tracking this and how we are upgrading. And so when all of this creates mass violence, mass protests, it can result in an evolution of humans, but it can also create an extinction. So we're kind of seeing like a split in how it can happen. So in this 11-year solar cycle, the sun's poles flip during that, and that can create weather extremes here. So the last pole flip of the sun was, I think it was last year in 2024. So, and it usually happens during solar maximum. So, we are highly influenced by the sun. There can be no life on this earth without the sun, zero life. So we are obviously very, very influenced by it. So that's one thing, another thing that is happening. And then we have the Schumann resonance. So there are many different websites that you can go to track the Schumann resonance. Um, this one comes from an Italian website where the Schumann resonance tracker is in Russia. HeartMath has its own website. They have 6 different trackers. So, like in the Sacred Shift, I try to provide both of them so that you can see because the graphs look different, but they're measuring different things because depending on where the sensor is on the earth, it could pick up something different. Okay. But collectively, the Earth's frequency has, as a baseline, like a base resonant frequency, has been 7.83 hertz. That is no more. That is gone. That is gone. Now, nobody has been able to say what the base frequency is at this time because we are still in extreme fluctuation. And, a lot of people are like, well, why is the Earth doing this? Well, it's a lot of different reasons. It's everything that I've talked about. Where our galaxy is located in the center of, the tetrahedron, where we're at the center of. It could be because of those emissions coming out of the center of the Milky Way galaxy and our position to it. What the sun is doing, what the moon is doing. Just last week, they said we now have a second moon. I got to research that before I start talking about that. Is it really a moon? Like, what is it? But that's coming. And all the planet, like all of this comes into play, as well as human behavior. So, so the Earth, because of her iron core and her silicate quartz crust, and getting hit with 1,000 lightning strikes per minute, that keeps her electromagnetic field and keeps the Earth in orbit. Okay, keeps the battery going. The iron and the silica are the battery. Now, if the Earth's axis is wobbling, if the poles flip, if the magnetic shield around the Earth starts to weaken, remember at the end of yesterday, I showed you how there's weakening happening? All of that can influence the Earth and influence her heartbeat, literally her frequency. So early on, I've been tracking Schumann resonance for a decade. And early on, it was always, we are influenced by the Earth's frequency. Okay. So when I started looking at extreme spikes, they really started happening in January of 2017. And so in your workbook, I've given you some of the highest spikes, including the highest at 158 hertz. Can you imagine going from 7.83 to 158 hertz? That would fry the electrical circuit in your house. Now imagine what it's doing to the human body that's water, that the structure of water can be literally changed with the written word, with sound. Imagine what that does to us. We are now averaging about 30 to 40 hertz, but it is still fluctuating a lot. And we all respond differently. When there is a spike, some people are angry. Some people are highly energized and creative and happy. Other people, it puts them in bed for the day. So that's why you have to figure out how you track with the Schumann resonance. So like I said, for years, I had always believed we are just at the influence of the Earth's frequency. There isn't a dang thing that we can do. And then COVID hit. And on the screen are how humans started influencing the Schumann resonance. So, you know how I talk about the Map of Consciousness book in The Sacred Shift, and how it just takes basically 1% of the population to collectively do something. It influences everybody and it influences the planet. So, our frequency was relatively calm at that time. We were in solar minimum, so we shouldn't have any big spikes. And then when the news really started to break and the lockdown started happening, that's when I noticed human resonance is spiking because humans are panicked. Absolute global panic. Global panic. So the white on this grid, those are the spikes, the whites and the orange. And kind of the deeper going downward the spike, the more extreme it is. So this graph is upside down, like it should spike up, but it spikes down. And then when it's wide, that means it happened over a long period of time. So I start seeing, okay, we got some extreme spikes here with the white and the orange are really extreme. There could be something there that we are influencing the earth. Then on two different occasions in April, there were these mass global healing meditations. And a lot of people are on this email list, but what they're doing, they're trying to reach like the master energy healers. And all you do is for like 5 minutes at the top of each hour, no matter where you live and what time zone, every hour, send energy healing to the earth. That happened on April 5th. And then it happened over a weekend on April 18th and April 19th. And the April 18th and 19th was run by Dr. Bruce Lipton, the author of Biology of Belief, and Greg Braden, the fractal time guy. And he's written so many books. Those guys are straight up scientists. They ran global healing meditations, and the Earth's frequency went through the roof. And that's when I knew we influence the earth and she influences us. This is co-creation, back and forth. So then I started tracking, okay, what's happening here? And I've honestly stopped tracking because I could have an event every day. I mean, it's gotten overwhelming. I used to put this stuff in my calendar, and now it's like, this is taking me really dark into really difficult human behavior. I've tracked it enough. I can't track it anymore. I just can't. It's like I don't even want to go there. I got to look on the other side. I have to basically go to the other side of the sun. I can't look at this. But let me show you what I was tracking back then. So remember I talked about how we had a major unusual solar flare around the George Floyd protest. So when the grid goes black, the spikes are so high that the sensors just go offline. It fries the sensors. They can't even track it. So when you see that black, that's what happened. Well, it happened during the George Floyd protest. Solar flare, people worldwide take to the streets, anger. We got multiple things happening at the same time, and the earth showed it. But look at all these white spikes. This is very unusual in May and June because we're still in COVID. Everybody's angry. The earth is spiking. All of this is part of the energy shift of waking people up. Because people were forced to sit in their homes, literally in a timeout. You know, here in Michigan, we were in what? It was minimum 3 weeks. Because I remember I did a 21-day series. Every day of the lockdown, I did a different thing that was, healing and something that you could do at home. But we were literally put in a lockdown energetically because humans had gotten so out of control with being so busy and just, it's like you're not even living. We were given a timeout. And then people just started to research and get online and learn things. And everything started spiking. That's when like the veil was lifted and people really started looking at stuff. Now, there were all these crazy conspiracy theories, but then there was a lot of truth that came forward. So here's a heart math graph. And each of these colors is one of the six sensors that they have around the planet. And here in, what do we have here? We have mass shooting in Buffalo, New York, and then Uvalde. You see the spikes? Some people can't handle the spikes. People who are not grounded can't handle the spikes at all. So it doesn't mean that everybody is going to, pick up a gun and go and kill a bunch of kids. But people who are already unhinged and are ungrounded and then have that, it's like a perfect storm that comes together. So mass violence is tracked to the Schumann resonance. Um, I don't know if you remember, it was back in the spring of 2023, quite a few banks started collapsing. And it was happening among when there were spikes, it was happening at the crashes. So the banks were literally crashing during an energetic crash. And I thought, well, that's kind of interesting. Um, this is what 2023 looked like, the entire year. Okay. Now, when you look on the left here, just take off the zero, like at the top here, it says 600. That's really 60. Okay, so that's 60 hertz. The baseline is 7.83 hertz. So you can see how many 60 hertz we had and how we hover really, I don't know. We were hovering back then around 15 to 20 hertz. So that's double to triple the normal baseline. And then when you look at 2024, I had to piece this together. Again, we had a spike up to 80 hertz in June of 2024. But again, it's starting to go up. We're starting to hover around 20 to maybe 25 hertz. And now in 2025 so far, not the extreme spikes. We're starting to even out a little bit for now. We're starting to even out. We're starting to settle into these new frequencies. So just think of this as a snow globe that is shaking. If you're grounded, like you set the snow globe on a table, it's not going to fall over and break on the floor. But if you're holding it and it's shaking, you have the chance of dropping it. That's the difference between being grounded and ungrounded. Okay, so grounding is super important. We're going to talk more about that in a little bit. Okay, before we get to that, okay, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop sharing. Before we get into more of the shifting dimensions, do you have any questions about that?
Not a question so much as, do you happen to follow Earth Sky?
I follow a lot of websites. I don't necessarily know
Okay.
names. Or
They are one that I follow for just general astronomical stuff going on, and they've had some articles about the interstellar visitor, whatever you want to call it.
yeah,
They also, I've seen some of the solar photos and videos, and it's going to be interesting because there's a really big sunspot region that has been on the backside of the sun, and it's coming around again. It's going to be starting to face us real soon.
yeah.
So it's going to be really interesting to see what shakes out
Mhm.
at that point, that it starts blowing stuff at us again,
Yeah,
because it's been very active.
yeah, yeah. Unusually extreme. And then
Yeah,
combined with everything else. So it's not just one thing, because it's like we've had solar maximum before. We're in our
right,
25th cycle that they have tracked. It's everything combined together. And
right,
that's what the energy shift is. It's not just one thing. It is multiple things all converging to upgrade the circuit breaker system in the human body. We're being upgraded from a carbon-based body to a crystalline-based body. That's what's happening. Yeah, Rita, you had a question?
Yeah, just to make sure that I was following, I know we talked like the spikes could do the the darker sides, but grounding can also then bring higher enlightenment
Hmm.
with these spikes.
Yeah.
Okay. I just make sure I was following that.
Yeah, because we're here on Earth. We have to stay connected to her. When we stay connected to her, it's like we're on a roller coaster, but we are belted in. Okay. So we're riding and we may be screaming our heads off, but we get to the end and it's like, oh, let's do it again. Like we're safe. People who are not grounded are not belted in and they are screaming out of fear and they are acting out of fear and they feel off and everything is catastrophic and collapsing. And so they're fighting back. It's literally fight or flight, survival mode. Lord of the Flies, survival of the fittest, and that's what we're in right now because of how many people are so ungrounded because they eat crap all day. They are not healthy. They have never worked on their emotions. They have no self-awareness. They are not doing any inner work.
Mhm.
They wouldn't even know what to do. If I like, and I say this all the time to people when they're like, "Oh, I just feel so agitated." I'm like, "Go put your bare feet on the ground," and they look at me like I'm an alien, blah, They just look at me like I'm crazy, and I'm like, "It's ancient medicine. Go put your frickin' feet on the ground." And I actually make some people, I'm like, "Come with me," and we put our feet on the ground, and they're like, "Oh, I feel so good." Yeah. You think? It's ancient medicine, but we have been so hijacked. We have been hijacked by all these other energies. We are being asked to remember who we are. And Rita, you said that you're starting to remember who you are. That's what the energy shift is, remembering who we are. And we are super powerful. We are super powerful. Um, so yeah, I mean, all of these things are just converging at once. So I even put a couple of graphs in your workbook. There was a massive anomaly on June 18th of 2023, the Schumann resonance graph. We've never seen that before, but that in your workbook, if you look at it, that's sacred geometry formation. I mean, that went on for over 24 hours. It was crazy. It was crazy energy. And then what happened in February of this year, where instead of the Schumann resonance lines going up and down, they went sideways. And a lot of this, people have their own interpretation. I think we need to interpret this stuff ourselves. That's why I ask everybody in the sacred shift, you have to track your energy daily to know how you react to the sacred shift because you and I are going to react differently. We're going to react differently. It's like and I'm really going down this path where we have to stop letting people interpret and define things for us. I was listening to a lady yesterday talking about numerology, and she's like, yeah, everybody assigns the angel number meanings. She's like, assign your own meaning. How do you feel when you see 1111? How do you feel when you see 444? How do you feel? Don't let anybody else interpret that for you. And it's like, that's part of the energy shift. That's part of the energy shift. We remember, we are taking back all the definitions. So when I start talking about the master crystals later today, and I go into the advanced crystals next Saturday, I'm going to give you basic geological information, but you got to figure out how these crystals, how you relate to them, because you are your own frequency being influenced by everything that I've already talked about. So it's like we're in the kitchen and we're all making up our own recipes. So I may be a scone recipe that I threw together. Rita, you may be banana bread. And Lisa, you're a cherry pie. Three very different, yummy recipes. Now I add crystals into that. We're going to relate differently to it. So that's why I've really shifted how I teach and why we have to drop a lot of the books and we have to drop what other people tell us. So you take this and it blends with your frequency and you come up with your own interpretation of it. That's power. That is power. And that is what the energy shift is teaching us. So let me just briefly talk about the shifting dimensions, and then we'll take a break, and I'll come back and talk about the ascension helpers. So, you've heard me in the Sacred Shift talk about, third dimensional energies, like, oh, like we live in the third dimension, but we don't have to play in the third dimension. So physically, our body can be here, but energetically, we can be at the fourth or the fifth dimension. There are many dimensions. It is believed that there are 11 dimensions in this world. And the third dimension, what I mean by that, it's literally third dimensional. Like this cup is third dimensional. It's a very solid universe. And this is why humans have such trouble understanding energy healing, how crystals feel, frequency, and they just label it with the degrading label of woo-woo. I mean, that is an insulting label. And it's like because they are living in a solid, if they can't hold it, if they can't see it, they're not going to believe it. Whereas when you're in fifth dimension, you only see it when you first believe it. It's the flip of it. So in third dimension, it's very solid. We are technically the higher animal kingdom. I kind of disagree with that. I think animals have a higher frequency communication method. We have a very low frequency communication method because we use words and language. And if we go to another country and they are not speaking our language, we cannot communicate. That is the lowest form of communication. We are moving into more of a communication where we communicate like animals. That's all frequency. But in the third dimension, time is very linear. Past, present, future. Right and wrong, judgment, very rigid rules. Think back to our grandparents. Think back to our grandparents. Their life was very predictable. And even our parents go to school, then you get married, then you have a child. You retire at a certain age and then you die. And that's your life. And then the shift started happening. And people maybe didn't finish school. And maybe they had a child before they got married, which our parents and our grandparents were like, oh, we disown you from the family, right? Because you had to do things. It was a very rigid way of living. And if you didn't fit into that, you were the black sheep of the family. But now people are like, I'm not even going to go to college. Like, I don't even want to get married. I don't even want to have kids. I'm going to have a career. I'm going to have like 8 careers in my lifetime. I'm not going to stay in the same career. Like my parents could not understand, like, why did you walk away from your legal career? Well, I kind of didn't. I walked away from the traditional sense and I turned it into something unique. I'm not going to follow the traditional way. And they would look at me like I was an alien, "Bleh." And they're like, we do not understand you. And it's like, but that's the energy shift. That's the different dimensions. They were in very third dimensional energy. So I've given you a list of symptoms of what you start to feel when you realize that you don't want to live in that world. Now, there is a portion of society that is never going to get out of this. That's their soul path. That's okay. That's okay. You can't talk them out of it. You can't convince them. Save your breath, save your energy, and save your anguish. Okay. But as you start to wake up, you realize there's a lot more to this world than what we were taught. There is a lot more. Then you start shifting into the fourth dimension. This is when the heart center opens. So I noticed when I opened my business in 2011, that is when the real shift started to happen. That when heart-based businesses that just wanted to do good and give back, they started to thrive, and the greedy businesses started to fail. Now, yes, we still have greedy businesses out there, but mark my words, they're not going to be around much longer. There's not, because people are fed up with it. And what happened in the energy shift in 2011 when we went step one into it, the abundance energy, the energy of empowerment and like doing good with power, not control, but doing good with power, it moved from the solar plexus up to the heart. And that's why when I talk about abundance crystals, I'm not talking solar plexus crystals. I'm not talking yellow anymore. People who still say that citrine is an abundance crystal, no, no. It's a foundational crystal for good self-esteem. You have to have good self-esteem and self-worth in order to manifest. If you're talking about yourself negatively, you're never going to manifest what you want. So it helps with that. The green crystals in the heart, that's the abundance. That is the abundance energy. That is fourth dimension. That's what happened in 2011. The heart starts opening. There's more spiritual awakening. People really start hopping on board with energy healing. I mean, the people that I've taught, never did I think that they would be interested in this. I have taught attorneys, lobbyists, engineers, medical doctors. Um, I taught somebody that was on the National Security Council and dealt with our national security, and she was doing energy healing underneath the table with everybody. She's like, these people are batshit crazy. I'm doing energy healing the whole time that we're talking about stuff. But fourth dimension is when you realize there is more out there and you start to open because the crown is opening and you are receptive. People who are closed-minded, they are going to stay third dimension. Let them be. Just let them be. Okay? That is their soul path, and there's nothing we can do to change them. But when you're in fourth dimension, you're more present. You start mastering your thoughts. You start mastering how to manifest, and you just get interested in a lot of different things that are unseen because you realize just because you can't see something doesn't mean it's not there. Doesn't mean it's not there. And your habits change. Like what you eat changes. Like you're no longer interested in certain food and certain drinks, like a lot of like heavy foods. When your body is upgrading to the fourth dimension, you can't eat a lot of junk. You can't eat heavy foods. Um, you just you have different sleep patterns. You have different things that you're interested in. Like things just start changing, but you also become highly sensitive to what's around you. And this is where you may feel like I can't go into a crowd. anymore, or I have to be really careful who I hang out with. Yeah, you're elevating. And those third dimensional energies don't feel good anymore. Okay, so you're not crazy. You are just elevating your frequency. And then in the fifth dimension, this is where you still have your third dimensional body. You are still living in a third dimensional world, but you are not in the third dimensional struggles. Because in the third dimension, humans have been at war with each other since the beginning of time. We've always had a war on this planet. Isn't that interesting to think about that? Why do humans hate each other so much? Like, it just doesn't make sense. That sort of thinking is fifth dimension. When you look at it like, what the heck is going on? It's the analogy that I give where you're in an airplane and you're looking out the window and you're like, what is going on? Because you have an elevated perspective. You have gotten out of the chaos and you look at things very differently. And that's when change happens. You get enough of the population collectively shifting at the same time, and change happens. So, um, it doesn't mean that you're ignorant about things, but when you see things happening that are not heart-based, things coming from the heart are fifth dimensional. So if something is not if something is created to hurt people or hurt animals or hurt the planet, that's not fifth dimensional energy at all. It's not. Fifth dimensional energy is everybody wins, everybody is protected, everybody feels safe. There's enough for everybody. That's a fifth dimensional energy. And when you see things that are third dimensional, you don't get angry about it. You actually send healing to it. Like, let's just help that dissipate down. Let's release it from the earth plane and get the numbers down of the people that are third dimensional, and then get the numbers up of people who are fourth and fifth dimensional, so that we're literally tilting the scale. And that's what we're in right now. We're tilting the scale. But for us, we become more aligned with our soul that is still in source, that connection to our higher self. It's like, okay, why am I here? And why am I here now? And why am I in this location with this family, with these people, in this job? What is it that I'm supposed to do? And Rita, like you said, it's remembering. It's remembering. We have all these gifts. We have all these intuitive gifts. And when you really start tapping into fifth dimensional energies, that's when things really start to shift for you. Now, within 60-second time frame, you can go from fifth dimension down to third dimension and then back up to fourth. You can flip back and forth all the time. But the more work you keep doing on yourself, and the more you're working with frequencies, you're going to spend more time in the fifth dimension. And you're going to spend less time with third dimensional people. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. All right, let's take, oh, go ahead.
I was going to say that's really encouraging because I keep evaluating how to do it, how to separate, and not, I want to have compassion, I want to have kindness, I want to have love, but I just have the struggles. They've just become so eminent. And so it's great to hear that affirmation that that's what's happening. It's not me shutting down and going into a victim or low energy. It's just, oh, I don't want to feel that anymore. And I want to be in this other space, but not floating, but stay grounded. And so thank you for that. That's encouraging.
Yeah, and like especially right now with everything that is happening, there are many ways that we can contribute to this energy shift. There are some people who protest. They literally go out with signs and they protest. And there's nothing wrong with that. Okay? I've had my fair share of protests back in the days. That's a third dimensional energy, but they are doing their part. Others may do something more energetic by, like I created the sacred shift. This month we are finishing our 5th year. Next month we go into our 6th year. I created the sacred shift because I saw what was coming. And it's like, I got, even though both of you recently came in, I started it back then. It's like, I've got to get the army of energetic workers. I need to get them prepped and ready to go. With my essential oil team, they may have no clue what is happening. I need them working with the energetics of the oils, which is what I love to teach, so that they have shifted and they are ready to go. With crystals, I'm working with that. Like everything that I do, it's shifting the frequency of people. We have created a tribe of people that are part of that map of consciousness shift. So we're doing our part, not sticking our head in the sand. We are the antidote to lower energies that are bubbling up to release. That's why we're seeing history repeat itself, because it's like we didn't take care of it. We didn't learn the lesson. So things got to get really hard for people for them to shift, or they just release out of their body because they're like, I didn't come here to go into the 5th dimension. They are solely third dimensional beings. And what happens is they just die. They just die. They're like, I can't handle it. At a soul level, I was not meant to be 5th dimension. So they leave. But the rest, if they are meant to shift, they will shift. And they shift because our frequency is going out, combining with others, and all we literally need is 1% of the population. We have far more than that. We have heavily shifted that scale. So it's like everybody does something different for things that are happening. So whatever you feel compelled to do, even if it's withdrawing from certain people or doing something more public and overt, whatever you are called to do, that's what you are called to do. That's your path. So don't feel like, oh, I should be doing. Never use the word should, because as soon as you say that, that's exactly what you shouldn't be doing. Do what feels natural. And we all have something different to do. Everybody is in their place doing what they need to do, and that's what we're going to talk about next. So, all right, let's take a 5-minute break. All right. If you have the Transformation Essential Oil, feel free to smell that because all this information is transformative when you are very, very receptive to it. And this is a great oil to increase your receptivity even more. It's an awesome oil. I love it. One of my favorites. Okay, so as part of the shifting dimensions and the energy shift and everything that is a part of it, there are ascension helpers that are here. And I mean, there are all sorts of different labels out there. I mean, it's some of the labels that I've been reading. It's like, okay, in the spiritual world, people are overcomplicating things and frankly making stuff up. I don't know, there's a lot of spiritual psychosis happening right now, and it's like this is actually quite quite simple, a lot of this, so I'm going to keep it very, very basic. So the categories break down into light workers and star seeds. Okay. Now, you can be a light worker, or you can be a star seed, or you can be both, or you can be none. You are one or both, because you wouldn't be in this class and you wouldn't be in the sacred shift and you wouldn't be in the crystal cluster if you weren't one or both. And here's the difference. So light workers are born with a mission to transmute the dark by the light that they shine. So I see light workers as a lighthouse, and they're going through life with the big light just coming right out of their third eye and just shining a light on everything. They just beam light energy. And they, at a soul level, like consciously, they may not understand the decisions that they're making or the things that they are doing, or maybe they do understand, but they take the steps, they change their path, they do the things that they are being called to do. So they listen to their soul and they act on it. And everything that they do is to shift the energies on this planet. That's why certain people are born at certain times as light workers to shift the energy. So there's always an influx of light workers coming in. Now, I've heard some people, and I'm going to talk about three primary categories of light workers. I've seen people talk about 12 categories, and based on the year that you're born is your category. Mm-mm, no. I find that not to be true at all. And when I explain these, I'll explain why. But like, I didn't realize that I was a light worker when I was in the courtroom as a prosecutor. I was doing things that didn't make sense. Like, even my coworkers and my boss, they're like, what are you doing? I was very intuitive in the courtroom, but I didn't know it. I didn't know it. And everything that I've done in that legal part of my career, I was doing light worker work without knowing it. And now I know it. Now I know what I was doing. And now I know why I had to have that career in order to do this work, because it gives me a level of credibility with people who are closed-minded and completely third dimensional. I have access to them because of it. So you all were in your industries, or are in your industries, to do very specific work. You may not have thought about it that way, but light workers are planted in specific places for specific reasons. So light workers break down generally into three broad categories: the indigos, the crystal children, and the rainbow children. So indigos are the warriors. Okay, they are out there looking at the dark and exposing it. And the only way you expose the dark is turn on the light. And the only way you transmute the dark is to turn on the light. You can't banish the dark. So when I hear healers and spiritual people talking about banishing the dark, it's not possible. Like, I don't know what they're talking about. You turn on the light. That's what a light worker does. So the indigos are the warriors. They shake things up. They tend to have like power careers. They are leaders. They are change makers, high integrity. They have zero tolerance for injustice. They are kind of like the Archangel Michaels of the world. Archangel Michael, also indigo energy. Um, and they have a mission and they're going to go for it, and they don't care. They don't care what people think. I've heard some people say indigos were born in the 60s and 70s. I know a 4-year-old right now who's an indigo. He's got a sword. He literally has a sword. And his favorite color is blue. And he tells people, I'm here to make sure bad things don't happen. It's like you're an indigo light worker and he's 4. So that's why I don't go by necessarily the birth year. I think anybody at any time can be an indigo, but you're born into it. And while we may cross over into multiple light worker definitions, we have a primary because it's our primary job of why we're here. So the indigos look at the dark, they shine a light on it. Now the crystal children are the opposite. They're like, I do not want to look at the dark. I don't want to see it. I don't want to go there. I just want to spread love and light. And these are the people that literally sign their emails, love and light. Those are the crystal children. They are the empaths. They are very sensitive. These are the people that naturally hug. Like indigos, don't touch us. I'm an indigo, by the way. It's like we are not natural huggers because we have a sword. And it's like if you come in for a sword, you're gonna get pierced. Like but the crystal children, they are the natural huggers. They're out there hugging and touching everybody. And but they can suffer from sensory overload, which is why they are not going to look at the dark. They're like, that's not my job. Indigos and crystal children work very well together, because when there is an energetic storm, like what we have right now, the indigos are like, I got my shield, I got my sword. You stay in the house. You keep the kids distracted and happy. So the crystal children are like, let's read a book. Let's play Yahtzee or Monopoly. We're not going to look at what's going on out there. We are going to shift the energy with our frequency. We are going to be the antidote to this. And the indigos are out there with the sword, like, oh, hell no. This is not going to happen. That's how they work very well together. Okay. And then the rainbow children. Now, these are some of the newer light workers, because they are born into ninth dimensional energy. They struggle being here in third dimensional energy. You know, they just are full of such joy and like very high psychic abilities. But these are also the children that they get labeled in the school system as autistic, and then they are medicated to bring them down to third dimensional energies. So when these kids are just allowed to be who they are, they have natural gifts. Some of them don't even speak. I actually have a friend who I certified as a crystal healer. She has a rainbow child. He's 6 years old and he's never uttered a word, but he can draw. He's an artist. He works with art and color frequency to communicate. And the doctors keep trying to medicate him to acclimate into society. And the only thing I said to her was, just research rainbow children, just go back to the advanced class. He's a very high level human being. And that really helped her a lot. So those are the general categories of light workers. Now, star seeds are different. Star seeds come from a star system. Now, star seeds can be light workers, but they come from another galaxy, from another star seed like that. Oh, why am I drawing a blank on the name of that? What was it? I'm totally drawing a blank. That interstellar thing that's flying by. I cannot even remember the name of it.
Was it the attractor?
No, no, no.
I'm sorry.
That's flying by right now. Um, the G1, the what was it called? What did I call it? I posted about it. I posted about it. Here we go. The 3I Atlas. Oh my gosh. The 3I Atlas is an interstellar object from a star system. Okay, it's not a meteor. It's different. But star seeds come from other galaxies, and they are they are born here. They are sent here with a job. Now, I've given you um, some definitions of who these star seeds are. And there's a lot of different star seeds. It depends on what star system you're coming from. But the overall theme of a star seed is they're here to heal the violence because, as I've said, humans have been trying to kill each other since the beginning of time. One of the first things that humans created was the weapon because they've been trying to kill each other. We've been at war since the beginning of time. And so they're here to heal the violence. They are here to shift the frequencies to help other humans, other light workers elevate into higher frequencies. And everybody has a different job. So in your workbook, I'm not gonna go through all of these. But I would encourage you to figure out, first of all, what kind of light worker you are, but are you also a star seed? Okay. Not everybody is a star seed. It doesn't mean that you're a lesser light worker, like, oh, I'm just an indigo and I'm not a star seed. It's not a hierarchy of better versus worse. It's just what is your job? Okay. These are ascension helpers. They are here to help with the ascension energy. So the Andromedans, they are the silent warriors. They are out there doing work and they never tell anybody what they're doing. Okay. They really struggle being here on Earth. Um, so they tend to not want to be here. They're like, ugh, very low energy, like I just don't want to be here. So the Andromedan star seeds are pretty rare. The Arcturians, they are the born leaders. Okay, that's their job. I mean, they understand esoteric math and quantum physics. They understand the solar system and planets. I mean, a lot of the Silicon Valley people are the Arcturians because, I mean, when you really think about advancements that we've had in technology, like who thought of that? Who literally one day just said, I'm going to create this thing called the World Wide Web? That's a star seed. Computers, that's star seed energy. Our phones that are now portable computers, that's star seed energy. Artificial intelligence, okay, that is straight up star seed, but now humans are going to destroy it. It was meant to be something beautiful, and now the star seeds are like, what the heck, humans? Why do you have to destroy everything that's good? The star seeds are here to try to get humans out of this inverted matrix where everything has been hijacked and corrupted for evil, including AI. And the star seeds are trying to pull it back like, whoa, y'all are not ready for artificial intelligence. So, so Arcturians, a lot of the Silicon Valley people are Arcturians. The Draconians, this is a reptilian race, and the old Draconians are evil and they love to band together to do bad things. Okay. They are all about aggression and controlling people, but the newer Draconians are trying to turn the tide on that by almost being like double agents, and they're going in and they're trying to turn the tide um, by helping humans move out of fear and control into love and compassion, but they have to change their troops first in order to do that. The Lyrans, these are leaders. They're felines. They're lions. I mean, think of lions. They are the leaders of the pack. And so the Lyrans are, they're all about justice. Like when you think about lions in South Africa or in Africa roaming, like they are the leaders, do not mess with the lions. And if they see an injustice, they will take you out. They will absolutely take you out. Lions are instant karma. They will take you out. So they can spot liars, they spot fraud, they spot wrongdoing before anybody else is talking about it. And Lyrans, they will never get along with the Draconian because the Draconians destroyed their world, which is why Lyrans have a do-gooder energy. They're leaders. They are going to do good, even if it destroys them in the process. When there are disasters and wars and upheaval and protest, they are fine because Lyrans have literally wandered the galaxy because the Draconians destroyed their home. So, they're very comfortable with Syrians and Pleiadians. They're very comfortable here on Earth. They can handle conflict. Um, and they are the oldest star seeds on the planet. So I figured out that I'm a Lyran actually through a cat. I was doing energy work remotely with a cat, and he kept saying the word Lyran. And I'm like, Lyran, Liran. And I started Googling it. It's like, I've never heard of this. I don't even know, like, why do I keep hearing Lyran? And then I found this and I started researching and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is me. Because I'm cat energy. I understand cats. I can communicate with cats. I am a cat. I mean, my name is Allie. I'm a Leo. I mean, how much more cat can you get? um, but I have a strong do-gooder justice. I mean, in my head, the theme song of Law and Order. Dun dun. I mean, it's playing all the time. No wonder I was a prosecutor. My motto as a prosecutor was, I do bad things to bad people. I mean, I was intense. Law and order, justice, I spot liars. And that's how I worked in the courtroom. I knew when somebody on the stand was lying to me. And even my detectives I would ask that one question that I didn't know the answer to, which you never do as an attorney. You only ask questions that you know the answer to so that you can box them in and cross-examine. But intuitively, I knew, and I would ask that one question. And afterward, the detectives are like, literally, I was holding my breath because how did you know the answer to that? And I'm like, I just knew. And that is a blend of being an indigo and a Lyran. I just knew, and I'm going to make them say, I'm going to make them say this. I'm going to expose it for everyone to see. And I didn't realize that until recently. So, Lyrans, that's one of the star seeds. The Orions, again, Silicon Valley people, these are more mental than emotional. These are very intellectual, independent, entrepreneurial people. Um, Orions create technology. That's just what they do. And unfortunately, a lot of Orions right now have some past trauma and they are working through that right now. So a lot of the people in artificial intelligence that are now coming out and saying, we've got to pull it back. We've already gone too far. We've got to pull it back. They are Orions. And they are already experiencing the trauma from the past when technology went too far. The Pleiadians, these are like the crystal children, okay? Little introverted, highly sensory, very emotional. Um, they have a deep desire to do good. They just love being um, in the flow, being positive, and just really nudging the spiritual awakening with such positivity, the love and light energy. They're just here to assist. with transformation very gently. The Syrians, these are the people who literally use their body as art. So they may be fashionable in what they wear, they have piercings, they have tattoos. They thrive in earth energy. They're like, yeah, all your negativity and chaos, pff, yeah, we don't care. We don't care. They just keep going through it. Sometimes they're labeled a misfit or an outsider, but they are outrageously psychic. They are incredibly psychic. They have a deep connection with animals like dogs and dolphins. They are very connected to water. So they just want to awaken everybody, just through art and love and beautiful things. So, um, right off the top of your head, do any of these resonate with you where you're like, yep, I am this light worker or this star seed?
Since it's new to me, I'm extrapolating like pieces of it, like, oh, I could see that. I could see this. So now I want to sit with it, and try to tap in. But what is coming to mind as a question, when a star seed is born, coming earth side, do they choose specific or do they associate with specific horoscope signs? Like when you said, oh, I'm, a Leo, cat energy, I was just wondering, maybe like I'm an Aquarius and maybe something from the Aquarius sign, or is that not, it just kind of plays with it, but doesn't necessarily dictate it?
I don't think it dictates it, but I think that's an interesting way of looking at it. I've never looked at it necessarily like that. I mean, except for me, I'm just flooded with cat, Lyran energy. Um, but absolutely. I mean, the fact that you even thought that, then yes, I absolutely, because at a soul level, we come in precisely at the time we are supposed to come in, which is why our astrological birth chart is so freakishly accurate. And
Mhm.
the numerology of our birth is so freakishly accurate. And the location we came in and the family that we came in, it was all chosen because we have a job to do. So we had to have certain energies literally infuse the human body
Mm.
to give us all the tools to do what we do. So like I have a dear friend. She's a dog trainer. She is a crystal child through and through. There is no way she would ever have been able, we could have never switched jobs. Because, first of all, I'm a cat. Don't get me wrong, I like dogs, but a cat, Liren, being a dog trainer, no, I'd be more of a cat trainer. Okay. She could never be a prosecutor. She could have never looked at the dark and dealt with evil and gone out there with a sword and done that. So it's like we are born in and imprinted in that moment with certain energies to give us all the tools and all the support to do the job that we are supposed to do. Does that make sense?
Mhm. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, Lisa, we can't hear you even though you're unmuted. I see you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. No, we still can't hear you. All right, we'll let you work on that and just go ahead and interrupt me when you get it working. So, when we look at everything that is combining together,
Let me try it now. Can you hear
Oh
me?
yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I checked the battery when I came back into the room after the break and it didn't show me red and now it's showing red and so I just had to turn it off and turn it back on um and plug it in. Um I'm I see um little pieces in a lot of these different um categories. Is there a particular method or tool to help with maybe discovering which of these might be where I am?
Right. Yeah. Meditate with each one. Connect first with the light worker identities. You can even use a pendulum, but connect with those and simply ask, am I a light worker, number one? And if you get a yes, am I an indigo? Am I a crystal child? And none of us are going to be the rainbow children because, oh my gosh, they are so high frequency and high dimensional, like high levels of autism. It's kind of the third dimensional definition of them. So you're either going to be a crystal child or an indigo. And then you can ask the same thing. You can meditate to connect with each star system. So you can literally pull up on your computer a photograph of Andromeda. Look at it, connect with it, and just ask, am I Andromedan? First of all, am I a star seed? And if you get a yes, go through each one and just
Okay.
ask. There's so many different traits, but we originate from one star system. So we may share a lot of the different traits, but overall, the star seeds all share a lot of similar traits. We just have a very specific job to do based on the star seed and the star system that we came from.
Okay.
So we're not multiple star seeds. If we are a star seed at all, we originate from one location.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So as we're going through the energy shift, I've given you a list of symptoms that a lot of people feel, and maybe you're feeling them. You know, I hear from a lot of people who think they're going crazy. That's like, you're not going crazy. It's the energy shift. So, there's an increase in cancer. Okay, there's all these medical advancements. What's with the increase in cancer? Low immunity happens with people who are ungrounded. We have to be grounded. People who have a lot of mystery, physical and emotional issues that they can't figure out. Even animals. I just did a class a couple of weeks ago on the mystery, physical, and behavioral issues of animals. It's all frequency, it's all the energy shift. I'm hearing from a lot of people that they're getting vertigo. That's the energy shift. It's the snow globe. That's what's happening. Um, Almost every dog has anxiety. That's the energy shift. So when we look at this, the antidote is to ground. We have to deeply connect with the earth and stay very, very connected to that iron core crystal. We do this through meditation. I'm going to talk about this more on day 3. We have got to get dominion over our thoughts. Too many people I mean, they just rabbit hole all day. They have no control. That is an ungrounded trait. Meditation grounds you. And so many people are resistant to meditation. They make up all the reasons of why they can't do it. It's literally 5 minutes a day, and you can do it while you're walking. I mean, I walk the beach, and it's meditation. So you can just be out walking, and it's meditation. Connecting with nature, that's grounding. Doing the inner work to let go of the past, to engage in forgiveness, doing the shadow work. So, you guys have the shadow class for free within the Sacred Shift. This is the month, last month and this month is the month to do shadow work. You will go deeper if you do it during Scorpio season. But other solutions, we have to drink water. We are a water-based being. Now, if we can have mineralized water, that's even better. So, you have to heavy mineralize your body. The one thing that I like that Young Living has is those vitality drops. It looks like the Crystal Light. You squirt it in the water and it flavors it. Well, theirs has electrolytes in it. So that's how you can mineralize water and it gives it a natural flavor. But also taking your minerals. I like Mineral Essence from Young Living. Well, I don't like it. It tastes horrible, but you just take it like a shot. But we also have to rest. We have to slow down. This go, go, go hustle energy, that is so 2000 energy. I mean, it's like it doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work anymore. The more you work, the less you will accomplish. When you slow down and do less, you will actually get more done. I have literally experienced this. It is crazy how it works. That's what the new energies are. We need to eat real food. Don't get me wrong. I have my moments where my organic bag of cheese popcorn from Whole Foods is what I am craving, but that can't be the norm. We have to eat real food in its real form. You can listen to Schumann resonance music. Just go onto YouTube or listen to solfeggio frequency music because we're in an energy where we have to ground and ascend our frequency because the Earth's frequency is increasing. We have to go with her and stay connected. We can't do one or the other. I remember this was many years ago. I was I don't know, I had a booth at some spiritual expo, and I was right next to a lady who was doing like intuitive channeling readings, and she asked me to put away all my grounding crystals because they were impacting her work. And I said to her, I said, if you are high frequency all the time, you are no longer of this earth. And she said, I can't ground at all. She was a space cadet. She had such high level of anxiety, rapid fire talking at people. She literally pushed everybody away from her booth who wanted to have a reading because she was not of this earth. I mean, it was such a repelling energy. And at the end of the expo, she came up to me and she said, I don't understand why I sat here for 8 hours and only one person sat for a reading. And I'm like, do you, do you want my opinion? She said, yeah. And I said, you're so ungrounded. You cannot do intuitive work. You can't manifest if you are not connected to the earth. You're at earth for a reason. There's a reason that you're here and not back in Andromeda. There's a reason you have to connect to the earth. I don't know if she changed her practice, but she was literally repelling everybody because she was not grounded. All the electromagnetic radiation that we are exposed to, all the Wi-Fi, creates nervous system dysregulation, high level fight, flight, freeze, and fawn, premature Kundalini awakening, and people are sick. They are sicker than they should be, and more emotionally balanced than they should be. And it creates a lot of mystery health issues. There's a doctor, his name is Brian Clement, and he studies fibromyalgia, which is a diagnosis for people with chronic pain, and the doctors don't know what else to call it. It's just kind of a made up label. But what he found was that the people with this are universal conductors of energy, and literally the sheathing has been taken off their nerves. And how he is helping his patients is by deep grounding. That's heavy mineralization. We need to have minerals. We are a mineral-based body. So ionic minerals, magnesium, like I take a magnesium pill every night. It's great for the body and it helps me sleep. Natural salts, not Morton's iodized salt, like real real salt, Himalayan salt, Celtic salt. Um, you know, homes are grounded and we need to be grounded too. So what is interesting is when astronauts come back from space or from the International Space Station, they are demineralized. And NASA has not figured out how to mineralize them when they're in space because the mineralization is so connected to the Earth. Isn't that interesting? We are meant to be mineralized when we're here. And the mineralization protects our dominant oscillatory rate, which is our base resonant frequency, our base health, and it keeps our energy field strong. So we can't be high frequency all the time. We can't be low frequency all the time. We need to ground and ascend. Okay, and that gets us in sync with everything that is happening. So in your workbook, I've given you some grounding techniques like earthing. You can buy an earthing mat. I do not recommend the earthing sheets because as soon as you wash them, they lose the earthing capacity. I just got a new crystal mat. I had been using a biomat for 12 years. They are the original heated crystal mat. Loads of science behind how it grounds the body. But I didn't like their customer service when mine stopped working. I didn't like that they didn't have a plan on how I safely dispose of it. So I went with the new mat from Healthy Line, and I really like everything about it. The cats are upstairs on it right now. They love it too. Um, that's great for grounding. There's a website called Vibes Up. You can buy shoes from them that are grounding because here, make a note of this. Highlight this in your workbook under the earthing technique. Rubber, glass, wool, and dead wood do not conduct energy. What do we wear on our feet? Rubber shoes. We're not conducting energy. We can't connect with the earth. Okay? Glass doesn't conduct energy. Wool doesn't conduct energy. Dead wood doesn't conduct energy. Okay, so good conductors of energy for us to really connect with the earth are metals, living beings, animals, people, the earth, trees, water. This is why lightning strikes people and trees. Good conductors of energy. So we need, we are a battery. We have antennas coming out of our DNA, our brain and our heart are batteries. Iron and silica are the negative and positive polarity that's in our body that is a battery. So this is why grounding, putting your feet on the ground are so important. Getting grounding patches, like I have a shungite patch on my phone. I have a black tourmaline patch on my computer. I have black tourmaline between me and my computer. This is iron and aluminum. That's scientifically protective. So work with your iron and your aluminum-based crystals because it'll entrain your frequency to align with the earth. And then we raise our frequency with silica, with quartz-based crystals, with high frequency essential oils. We're going to talk about blending next Saturday, but floral essential oils are high frequency. Being out in nature, the sun, the wind, the air, the mountains, and solfeggio frequency. So we have to do all of these simultaneously to connect to the earth as we stretch our frequency. And that's when you're going to feel your best during the energy shift. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So when you can find a crystal that is both grounding and ascending, two for the price of one. Okay, those are good. All right. Are you ready to go on to the 12 master crystals? All right. So I truly believe that until people really understand the 12 masters, you don't understand crystals. These are incredibly powerful. And I first learned about them because they were coined by Katrina Raphael, who, oh, I don't know, 2 decades ago wrote 4 really interesting books. And she talked about how the master crystals bridge us to source energy, basically bridge us to the quantum field. These are very personal crystals. They are yours. They are not to be used with other people. They are not to be used in sessions with other people. They are yours. They are very, very personal. And now, could I have worked with master crystals since 2012. And Katrina identified the master crystals as being clear quartz. And I totally agree. They have to be clear quartz. Clear quartz, you can program, you can amplify, and they store energies because there's nothing else but silica in them. But I have also found over 13 years of working with them that amethyst, beta morions, citrine, and smoky quartz all have master traits. They're all quartz-based crystals. Okay. Now, Katrina also said they have to be at least 2 inches long, but I have found some 1 inch masters. They may not have the power of a bigger crystal. Remember the copper dowsing rod where we measured the energy field of a crystal? Obviously, a 1 inch crystal is going to have a shorter energy field than a 12-inch crystal. But I have found masters in 1 inch. So she was very restrictive on how she identified the masters, but the masters have told me otherwise. Okay, so this is where be very open to what the masters tell you. And when you draw in a master or when a master gets your attention, you are attuning yourself to the crystal. You aren't doing anything to the master. The master is a master. You get attuned to work with it. The more you work with it, the more synchronicity that you're going to have with it. Okay? And if you want to have a master, all you have to do is put out a call for it. Just put out an energetic call and you will find one. So after going through these, I would encourage you to go through especially all of your clear quartz, every point that you have, every cluster that you have to do the identification. Early on, I made a little like business card that had what the shapes were of every master so that when I went shopping, I could identify them. And then now they're just so burned on my brain. Whenever I am shopping and there's clear quartz, citrine, smoky, amethyst, or beta morions, I am only doing master identification. It's very meditative to do master identification. I love it. So I am only searching for masters when I buy. And I know both of you have many, many masters. So, all right, so we're going to go through these. All right, hold on. I need to. All right, where's my PowerPoint? Where did it go? All right, here we go. All right. All right. Cathedral Library. Now, when people hear cathedral, that's a cathedral. Okay, a tall geo. That's a cathedral. That's not a master. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about, and I have her here. Oh my gosh, she's a big one. She's heavy. She's about 10 pounds. She's about 12 inches long. This is a golden healer. What you're looking for is you have a primary termination. These are big crystals, okay? I mean, we're talking at least 6 inches tall and at least 2 to 3 inches wide. Okay. If they are smaller, they have a different name. Okay. But for a cathedral library, you have what's called the mother crystal. This is the main point. And then you have a lot of small terminations literally going around the base. They are so pressed in to the side of it. It's not when I talk about a tantric twin are two crystals growing together. This is many, many terminations, but they're shorter. So it's almost like mother and child. They're shorter, and it's a lot of terminations pressed up against. And what this is basically a cosmic crystal computer. These surface at the beginning of a new astrological age. So we are at the beginnings of the age of Aquarius. These have started surfacing. So I found mine in 2013. These are programmed with universal energy. Okay. So it's universe. We're going to talk about other crystals like the record keeper has personal information. We're going to talk about earth keepers in a couple minutes. Those are planetary earth information. This is universal information and what we need to know for this cycle that we're in. So they are a knowledge library. That's why they're called a light brary, because it's light energy stored in this cathedral. So they are receptors for our thought, connecting with the universal mind, also known as the quantum field, also known as source energy. And then they project back information to us that we need to know because Age of Aquarius is very different than Age of Pisces that we are in. So they hold a program for that 2,000-year cycle. They can help us connect with the quantum field to source. They can help us connect to our Akashic records. I'm a personal believer that we need to be very careful who has access to our Akashic records. Because if you go to somebody for an Akashic record reading, they are literally getting into your soul book. They're going to leave an imprint behind. When we learn how to access our own Akashic records, our soul record of all of our lifetimes, that's the best thing that you can do. This is a crystal that can help you do that. There's a lot of crystals that can help you, but this is one. And this grows in a really unique formation. Like, I don't know if you can see, this one is really hard to show. Um, do you see, like, you see where my cursor or my point is going up and down? You see that? That's a point. You see that? That's a point right there. Um, there's a point right there. Here's a point. There's a point over here. They're so smushed up against the side of it, all these little points. Okay, so it's almost like the main point is a church cathedral, and the little points are all the people around the outside. But these, I've given you information how we get activated to work with a cathedral. You have to have at least two people like-minded, and you get activated and wake up this crystal to work with you. So this basically sits on my dresser in my bedroom, and it just works on me when I need it. It's there. It's been on my dresser since 2013, so I have 12 years of it working on me. It is transmitting universal frequencies to me. Now, Like when I look at my belief system now, how I live my life now, how my business is now compared to pre 2011, 180-degree difference. Can I attribute it to one crystal? No. But I can contribute it to the masters and working with the masters. And collectively, they will transform you, absolutely transform you. And you'll look back and it's like, whoa, this is really interesting. Never did I think I would be talking about quantum physics and quantum math in relation to energy healing and crystals. That's what these can do. Tapping into universal energies and truly understanding it. Because a lot of times it's just very esoteric. And if we're too much in our thoughts rather than understanding energetically, it can be a little difficult. This helps you understand universal energies. Okay? These are powerful. So, again, they have to be at least 6 inches tall, at least 2 to 3 inches wide. I mean, they're holding the database of universal energies. They're not tiny. Okay? It's got to have some substance to it, which is why, oh my gosh, this is 10 pounds. This is 10 pounds of goodness. Okay? So if you want at the Cathedral Library, just put out the call and you will get one. All right, any questions about that? Okay. So all the masters are by identification of the physical shape, all of them. Okay, let's go to the next one. So when I look at the 12 masters, so I have 11 of the 12 masters. I'll tell you the one that I don't have. This is probably the second most common that I find. Like I'll often just buy like a 10-pound bag of Brazilian quartz points that are really great to put in a grid for amplification. And I'll go through the bag and there's like 100 pieces in there and I'll do all the identification. This is going to be the second most prominent. So out of 100, I might find, 25 or 30 channelers in there. Channelers are identified by, so quartz has 6 sides, right? It's a hexagon. That means it has 6 faces, and the faces are what make up the point. When you look at those 6 faces, there's going to be one that is prominent, and it's going to have 7 sides to it. So when you're looking at the face, you're going to count the sides. So look here on the left and see where I have the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You see that? So any channeler that you bought from me, I can guarantee you that it's a channeler. You just have to find the side that has 7 sides to it. Now, when you're doing master identification and seeing if you have a channeler, first of all, this is very meditative. So I love going into stores and just sitting with their clear quartz and I just start doing all the master identification. Or with this 10-pound bag, I'll spend an entire day in meditation just looking for the traits. It's incredibly meditative, okay? So I encourage you to go through all of your points. But so on one side you have a 7-sided face, on the back of that you have a triangle. Okay, so remember there's 6 faces. One of them is going to have 7 sides, and on the opposite there's going to be a triangle. Okay, does that make sense? This is all numerology. Okay, 7 means student. seeker of truth, like tapping into intuition. It's where inner truth is revealed. It represents the 7 qualities of human consciousness that we are here to attain in order to really access the wisdom that our soul has for living a human life. And that's love, knowledge, freedom, manifestation, joy, peace, and unity. Channeler helps us get there. The 3-side triangle, okay, that's a tetrahedron. Okay, it's a manifesting shape, but it allows truth to be spoken. So what this is doing is taking wisdom and manifesting it. What you are doing is channeling information. You are accessing your soul at source, quantum field level. You're not accessing any other entity. There's no angels, no ascended masters. You are accessing you as a soul in source and channeling information. That's why it's called a channeler. It is a receptive energy, feminine energy. You are receiving information. Now, how you work with it is, here I'm grabbing one of my channelers. You're going to take the 7-sided face and ooh, that's cold. Wow, that is like ice cold. That's how you know it's real. And you're going to stick it on your 3rd eye. Okay. Now you can also hold it in your receptive hand, which is your non-dominant hand. And you can take your thumb and you can just kind of stroke the 7 sides. Some people like to visualize light going into it and emanating out of it. But it's like once you are done rubbing your thumb on it, hold it up to your 3rd eye and just meditate and just ask it a question. Ask it a question. And then receive the information. The more you work with this, the more it will work with you. This is why masters are personal. If you do not work with them, they're just going to sit there and just be pretty and just put off some crystalline energy. These have a job for you. And this is why I'm such a big believer. When you learn how to work with masters, you unlock how to work with crystals. Because crystals are more than pretty little stones that sit out and just change frequency. This has a job for you. Okay? You have to show up to work. Okay? So put it on your 3rd eye and ask a question. Go into meditation. And this is where everybody is intuitive. And you have to trust what comes into your mind. You have to trust what you think of, the thought that comes into your mind, the sensation that you feel. Maybe you hear something. So in this month's Sacred Shift workbook, I give you a 1-pager on really understanding on how your intuition speaks to you all the different ways. Okay? You are intuitive. Let this talk to you. All right. Any questions about the channeler? Okay. All right. Let's go to, we're bouncing ahead in your workbook. We're going to the transmitter. Okay. Because the transmitter works with the channeler. It is similar, yet a little bit different. Okay, so the channeler had a 7-sided face and a triangle on the back. A transmitter, the main focal point is a triangle. And then on the left and the right of the triangle are 7-sided faces. So you have 7, 3, 7. But the focal point is the triangle. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. So where the channeler is receptive feminine energy, the transmitter is transmitting masculine energy. Okay, this is where your beliefs, your emotions, your words, your actions are getting transmitted, but you're doing it with intention. Okay, so this is where you are working on manifesting. This is where you are transmitting to the quantum field what you want. Sometimes we have to channel first because a lot of times we want something and it is not aligned with why we're here. So right now, if I were to set a goal that, I want to be, a Wimbledon tennis champion. And I can go out there and I can take tennis. I was a tennis player back in the day. And I can take all the lessons and all the lessons that I want. It's not my plan for this lifetime. I can keep trying to jam a square peg into a round hole, and it is not going to happen. And when I was a child, I took a lot of tennis lessons. My dad was a tennis champion. Took a lot of tennis lessons, and then I had a major injury, and we were done. And that was literally the energy saying, stop. This is not your life path. Okay, so this is why the channeler can really help us get clear on what is meant for us in this lifetime. And then when you goal set and you say, this is what I want, you transmit it through the transmitter. So that triangle is the connecting point, and you are transmitting your human thought to the quantum field, to the universal mind, to source energy. It's a law of attraction, crystal. But you have to be very clear on what you want. You can't be wishy-washy. That's why you work with the channeler first and then you transmit. So you learn the art of specific communication. Remember, sacred geometry is how the universe communicates. You have to get outside of human language, which is the lowest form of communication, and get into the energetics. And how you do that, you visualize, you feel. Because remember, the two power centers in our human experience are the brain and the heart. You think it and visualize it, and you feel it being true, and you transmit it through the crystal. So what you do is you have to quiet your mind, hold the crystal in your receptive hand. You place the triangle on your third eye. You transmit your thought and how you are feeling that it has come true. You are living it. You're playing it in your mind. You're feeling it. And then you take your crystal. It needs to sit upright for 25 hours or 24 hours. Okay? And then you can bring it back, put the triangle to your third eye, and maybe you'll get some more information about it. Okay? What I like to do is take like a little pillow, especially if it doesn't have a flat bottom, and I'll just lean it up against a wall, like here in my office. You don't want to prop it up with other crystals. I just get like a little cushion or a little stand and I just prop it up. Okay, so you are transmitting what you want. This is a way of helping you work the law of attraction and understand how to get into energetics of what you want, because your frequency is what you manifest. It's not your desires and it's not your words. And that's why you have to bring it all together, your thoughts, your desires, how you feel, and you act as if you already have it. You embody the frequency, you shoot it into this quartz, and bam, it goes up to the quantum field, which is basically the Amazon of the world, and then you get your delivery. Does that make sense? So right now, I am, and I don't even know how to explain it properly, which is why I'm not giving you this information right now. I just started studying last week Nikola Tesla's scalar wave theory and how it works with clear quartz. Nikola Tesla worked with clear quartz. And here's the short story. This is all I understand about it. This is like graduate level quantum physics. So I don't really understand it. But the scalar wave theory, a discordant energy, like a disharmonic energy, something negative, whatever it may be. It could be Wi-Fi. It could be a negative human emotion, goes into a clear quartz, and the clear quartz literally flips the energy to a harmonic energy, sends it right back out the same pathway. It's like a boomerang. Clear quartz is a boomerang. That's about the best that I can explain it. This is deeply rooted in Tesla quantum physics. Okay, I have a 69-page paper I have to read and a video I have to watch, and I don't even know if I'll understand it then. But just know that's what happens. So when we are literally pressing this up to our third eye or our heart, and we are pushing emotions, visualization, thoughts, we are pushing an alternate reality. Not what we want, not what we wish for. We are pushing as if it's already happening, and we push it into this. It goes out. And Nikola Tesla knew this. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. All right. Any question about how to identify a transmitter? Okay. All right. Now, go back a couple pages in your workbook to the Tao, because a Tao is a blend of channeler and transmitter in one crystal. Two for the price of one. Taos are rare to find. Okay. So what it is, a Tao, when you look at the six faces, you're going to find a seven-sided face, three-sided, seven-sided, three-sided, seven-sided, three-sided. So it has the channeler, seven-sided with three-sided on the back. It has a transmitter, three-sided with a seven side to the left and a seven side to the right. Now, every now and then I find an almost Tao. I find 7373663. And so you'll see where I label it as a channeler and a transmitter, not a Tao. Because I can find the channeler and I can find the transmitter, but a Tao is 737373. Think of the numerology of that. 7 plus 3 is 10. 10 roots down to 1. You have 3 ones. What is that? That's a 3. Now we're into the 369 energy. So Taos transmit and channel in one crystal. It was discovered by Jane Dow, so she was allowed to name it. And when you add up 737373, it comes to 30. That is the wheel of life in numerology. And 3 is energetic. It's body, mind, spirit. It's conscious, subconscious, superconscious. It is an energetic number. It is not rooted in physical reality. So you work with this crystal to channel what you need to know and then transmit the reality that you want, the timeline that you want. Channelers, transmitters, and Taos can get you to the timeline that you want to live on. Your timeline is just the frequency that you embody. And that's why you can be part of a third dimensional Earth and be on a timeline where you are thriving and joyful and making change and helping others, even though there is death and destruction all around us. That's what these crystals do. They get you onto the next timeline that you are ready to jump to. So these help you with tapping into what's called the Christ consciousness. frequency. It has nothing to do with Jesus Christ. Okay, this is not religious. This is a high level access to the quantum field and source energy, and where your soul is still at that level. It is how you live this high level frequency on this earth plane. Okay. So what you're going to do, I mean, you can do the channeler technique, you do the transmitter technique. You can also lay these, on each of your chakras. You can sweep it in your energy field and just draw in this blended, channeled transmitter energy. Now, I've given you a crystal pyramid technique that you can work with. As well, you can blend it with other crystals for a blended energy. But the more you work with a Tao, the more you will understand everything is happening as it should. Okay? That your existence right now is where you are at, what you are doing, and that's all part of the plan. Okay, get you into that level of everything is in a state of perfection right now. Okay. Any questions about the Tao? Okay. All right, let's do one more and then we'll take a break. All right, we're making good time here. All right, Devic Temple. Oh my word, how I love a Devic Temple. Oh, I don't find these very often. And some people just confuse the inclusions that are naturally within a quartz. They confuse it as a Devic temple. No, Devic temples are very specific in what you are seeing. What you are looking for are other Devic entities like angels, fairies, other elemental beings. So you're looking for angel wings. You're looking for faces in there. You're looking for like the embodiment of another being. It's not just foliation and swirls. So the pink arrow on the screen, do you see the angel wings? Yeah. So I also have a Brandberg tomorrow, or not tomorrow, next Saturday, we're going to talk about the Brandberg, and I'm going to show you a photo. I have a full image of an angel in the primary facet of my Brandberg. Okay, she's a Devic temple. So, Devic temples, in addition to you find like the butterfly wings, the angel wings, you see the faces, there is also an entry. So, it could be an indent. It could be like on the last day, I'm going to talk about the key formation, which is a very specific type of indentation. But it's a doorway. So you're looking for an entry, like literally like a little hole inside the crystal. Usually it's near the base. Like mine is polished, but I still have an indentation here. They didn't polish over it. So she's got a doorway. And this is basically a mini altar. It's a resting place for Devic entities and higher beings to come into your life and be there to guide you. So this is where you're not connecting with your higher self. You're connecting with Devic entities. These are higher plane entities, like angels, that are here to assist us in our spiritual evolution, to help us with self-mastery. So they're going to be here to provide daily guidance. These are fantastic to have on, like if you have an altar, Like if you have an altar with a crystal grid, and maybe you have your essential oil diffuser, and maybe you have statues of goddesses, or, you can have Mother Mary or Jesus or a Divic temple. Okay. They will come to you when you feel like you have lost your path because the Divic entities are here to say, whoa, 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 stop the car, turn around. You are off target. So these are the little helpers that source, soul, and quantum field will send to say, human, you are so far off track. We are here to help you stop the car and turn it around. So when you work with a Divic temple, when you meditate with a Divic temple, you will notice a lot of synchronicity start happening, a lot of opportunities, the right person calls, you see someone, you get an idea. You're clearing out old energies that have blocked you and that have made you forget who you really are. We are major manifesting portals here on Earth, but that was hijacked and taken away from us. And when you start clearing out the crap and the old programming, you can manifest like crazy. That's what they're here to do for you. Now, these are fantastic for gazing into. You will instantly go into meditation. So if you struggle with meditation, draw in a Divic temple if you already don't have one. The bigger, the better. And so the one I have is the one on the screen. And all you do is have to stare at it. And you are gone. Like you are in meditation. That's what crystal gazing is meditation. So you can project questions and then intuitively you will get answers. And it could be a thought or something happens throughout the day where an opportunity happens, or you run into somebody, you see somebody, you see a sign, you get all of these signs and messages throughout the day. So you're not giving away your power. What you're doing is you're allowing them to continue to clear your energy so that you are tapping into who you really are. You just remember who you are at a soul level. And these are the little helpers. It's kind of like Santa's elves, okay? And they're just here to help you on your path. So some of these may contain um, information from Lemuria. So there are some Lemurian quartz that are Divic temples, but even if it's not a Lemurian, like mine is fully polished so that I can really see the Divic activity. So any Lemurian etchings have been totally dismantled, but it still has a Lemurian feel to it. So you may be able to connect with Lemuria if you have a past connection to Lemuria. Okay. So yeah, meditate with it and connect with it. Do you have any questions of how to identify a Divic temple?
My one question is, if I look at something and I'm not sure about it, can we just like take a picture and send you and see what you think?
The best thing to do is body test or pendulum test.
Okay.
Yeah. Because these are very, very precise traits. And yeah, I can sometimes from a photo it's hard to tell. I mean, I have yet for anybody to send me a clear enough photo where I can tell. It's just hard to photograph some of these. Um, I certainly could, but that's not helping you figure out how to do it. So it's really, and it's not even the body test and the pendulum test, we can override it with our thought. And I've had people do this in the crystal cluster who so desperately wanted their crystal to be of a certain category that they overrode it. And I had to come in and just say, that crystal has none of the traits of what you think it is. You so much wanted it to be this. It has none of the traits. When we're talking about the masters, it is very precise physical traits. When you see angel wings, it is undeniable. When you see a face, it is undeniable. You will know it like you know it. There's not going to be any question. If you are on the fence, then the answer is no.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's where really deeply looking into all of your crystals, you're going to strengthen your knowledge of what is just the foliation and just the swirls that's showing you the C axis and how it grew. What's a Devic temple? On day 4, we're going to talk about phantoms, where it grows like a pyramid and then it grows again and it grows again. You're going to be so spot on because each of these are like just set in stone physical traits that have a meaning attached to them. So if you're questioning, I mean, yes, you can always send me a picture, but a lot of times I'm going to send it back and say, well, what do you think? Okay. It's kind of like you go to a psychologist and you ask a question and they just flip it right around with a question. So just come back. That's why you have pictures in your workbook, but look for faces, butterfly wings, because butterflies are Devic beings. Look for angel wings. Look for imagery. That's what you're looking for, like an entity. You're looking for like a body, an angel, things like that. Does that help?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And I am pretty sure I know the answer, but I just wanted to reaffirm. Um, Sometimes I'm attracted to a crystal, but I know as a master crystal, the point is damaged, like it's been dropped, but I
Mhm.
still feel the energy in it.
Yeah.
And it and I know that what we talked about earlier yesterday was the crystallines, if it breaks into pieces, it's still each one of those pieces are still going to have the energy.
Hmm.
But does a master have to be perfect in the point it's because it still has that energy? Okay.
Yeah, literally the point it is the only time the point is important is when we talk about the laser, the master laser. Um, on this, I don't know if you can see, even though she's polished, her point was
Mhm.
cut off because in the growth process she hit a ceiling.
Okay.
She hit a ceiling, so the point couldn't form. She literally smushed herself as far as she could up into the ceiling, and so when they polished it, there was no point to polish. She's still a Devic.
Mhm.
Yeah, she's still a Devic. She's also a channeler. So the point, that's one of the faces.
Yeah.
So that's a side that I count. It's flat across.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. So I wanted to share this from when people like after the initial certification as a crystal healer, if they're going to use crystals in their business, they can apply to become an advanced crystal healer. And so, as part of it, you have to work with a couple of master crystals, and you're going to get your own information. Like, I'm giving you like foundational, but each master is going to give you something unique for you. These are very personal crystals. And so I like to share what they get. You may not get this, but you may get this. So just kind of be on the lookout. But Rachel, who lives in Thailand, um, she shared this, and I love how she was able to pick up that they are shapeshifters. They are shapeshifters. So We live in a shape-shifting universe, so when you start tapping into it, it's really fascinating. Okay. All right, let's go to the next one. Let's go to Earth Keepers. This is the one that I do not have. I do not want it because they are massive, but I see them in Tucson and they are the Earth Keepers. Now, these are, I mean, that one you can see is, probably 7 feet tall. It is a quartz point. It, the full picture, it's probably 4 feet wide and it comes out of the ground that big. It is ice cold. I mean, quartz is cold to begin with, but when you are dealing with a crystal that big, it is ice cold to the touch. And when they are broken open, which I don't know who in their right mind would break open an ice keeper, but they have been broken open, they are icy clear inside. It's like they don't even look like they belong on this planet. But it is in Tucson where I see them, and they have a hefty price on them. I mean, these are usually $500,000 or more. I don't know who is buying these. It's like, bless your heart for buying them. Now, where the Cathedral Library is a library of universal energy, this is your library of earth energy. So these started surfacing in the mid 80s. And, there's all this, kind of folklore and history about, tapping back to an ancient civilization called the Elders. And when the Elders left this planet, because it was basically being taken over by human beings, they buried Earth Keepers with information that we would need to know in order to be good caretakers of the earth. Well, they are surfacing now, mainly because we have not been good caretakers of the earth. And the surfacing just helps us to remember that the earth is always evolving. She is always growing and evolving. And so an earth keeper carries the wisdom of the planet and the wisdom of how to move forward. So many years ago when I would go to Sedona, there was a location. It was a store that sold crystals and crystal jewelry. And in the back of the store, they had an earth keeper and they would just hold group meditations around it. And then about 5 years ago, they bulldozed the store and the stores around it. And I don't know where the earth keeper went. I've asked a lot of the neighboring stores what happened to it, and nobody knows. So these are really, really interesting crystals. So if you know of somebody who has an earth keeper, like if a business has one, chances are they are holding meditation circles around it because it likes to work with groups to raise group consciousness. But these hold information about the earth, what we need to know. Because as a society, we are actually getting back into ancient medicine. It's why there's a rise with essential oil as medicine, with energy as medicine, working with plants, working with the earth, working with earth cycles, working with crystals. We are cycling back. And it's no mystery that that coincides with the surfacing of the earth keepers. So, any questions about earth keepers? They are just big. They are just massive. So hopefully you get to see one someday.
Do they surface in specific areas of the world or they can surface anywhere?
Well, a lot of these are coming out of Brazil. Brazil is just quartz. I mean, so much quartz in Brazil. Um, but a lot of them, I mean, they don't have any information on them. I mean, they just have them out in Tucson. They all have sold tags on them. So they are delivered to Tucson to be picked up, and they're literally put in these big tractor trailers and transported. So they don't have pricing, they don't have identification information. They're there as showpieces before they go home. And there's not many. I mean, I see, I don't know, maybe five or six each year in Tucson. There's not that many. Yeah. But I know Brazil, like that one that I was in front of, I know that because it was with a Brazilian dealer that I have worked with. And I asked him, I said, I want to know how much it is. And he said, if you have to ask, you can't afford it. I'm like, I know I can't afford it. I want to know. I need to be able to tell my people how much these are. And he said, let's just say we're starting at $500,000. Oh, we're starting. Okay. All right, that's all I need to know. So, okay, let's go to the next one. Celestials. Okay, these can be challenging to identify. Really challenging, but once you know, and you're going to be able to see them. So, this is a massive celestial in Sedona. It's about 3 feet long. It is a huge piece. What you are looking for are, and this is hard to describe because it's laying on its side. I should tilt the picture so that the points are going up, but it's a lot of terminations, so a lot of points. And you're looking not at the top of the point, you're looking how they are stacked, and you see the sides of the faces, and it looks like a lot of triangles and a lot of geometric shapes. Let me see if I can do this. Can I? Yeah. Oop. Okay, come on. I almost need to flip it upside down. Okay. All right. Do you see? Now the points are sticking up. And when you look at it from the side, do you now see? Because it reflects light, and you can see these geometrical shapes. And usually it's a lot of triangles. Triangle, 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 triangle. Like one right after another. Bam, 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 bam. Do you see it? Okay. Some people call it skeletal quartz because it kind of looks like, the scales of an alligator. Or they call it alligator quartz. So these geometric shapes, this is sacred geometry in action. And you're just going to have layer after layer after layer of points that make this pattern. So if either of you got any of the alien amethyst, that hematite included amethyst, packed with celestials, packed. That's why I went for them. It's like, oh my gosh, we have celestials here. That's what you need to look at. That's what you need to look at. So you're basically kind of tilting it on the side, and the light will reflect and literally show you the celestials. So, what this is, two main things. Number one, this is your crystal to purge. It is going to strip away and purge what is not in harmony with your soul mission, with your crown chakra, which is where your soul mission comes in. So it will strip away ego behavior, bad habits, jobs that you're not meant to be in, people who are not meant to be in your life, just things that you're doing. It's going to redirect you. It's going to purge and redirect. But this is also good for quantum healing, for really connecting you into the quantum field to draw in what is already there for you. Everything that you want is already there. You just got to align like a radio frequency. Smoky quartz often has a lot of celestials. Celestials grow near water, so you may even find the water bubbles called anhydros. You may find those paired with an celestial. Now, I have seen clear quartz celestials, and on a rare occasion, and I have one, I should put this on the screen. I should try to take a picture. I have it's a clear quartz with rose quartz, and the rose quartz it doesn't show. The rose quartz has celestials on it. That is really rare. But smoky, you're going to find it. The alien amethyst, you're going to find it. Even on some citrine, you're going to find it. I've given you a lot of things that celestials do, but celestials are celestial. So you're getting into angelic connection. You are elevating, you're purging because you got to purge what is not aligned for you in order to get into higher frequency. So you're purging, then you're connecting with celestial energies and connecting with the quantum field. So this is really good when you are ready for your truth. Okay? It's just going to change your life. It's going to change your life. Now, this is not good for anybody who is emotionally imbalanced. The purge is just, it's going to be too much. Now, the purge isn't bad. The purge isn't bad. Okay? So when you're ready to see truth, you're ready. You're ready for things to transition. You know, these are major communication tools of really high level source knowledge. Okay, you know, the etchings look like brain. It looks like brain tissue. Okay, this is brain knowledge from the quantum field coming down to help you. So what I like to do is just gaze into the crystal. You can take your thumb and you can just stroke it over the celestials, but I just love to gaze into it and just go deep, and it will start bubbling up. What you will come to the conclusion of what you know needs to be purged. You'll have the thought. It'll start working with you because if you have the thought, that means you are in cooperation with it. So if you are working with an celestial and you have the thought that I need to stop being angry at everything, that is ready to purge because just the mere thought of it means you are cooperative with the purge. You're not going to fight it. Okay. So if you are going to fight something, it's not going to purge. It's going to get you into compliance and cooperation, and then whoosh, things will start happening. Okay. All right. Any questions about celestials? Does it make sense on how to identify them?
Yes, and I do have a question. It might be
Mhm.
overthinking it, but I just wanted to ask it. When
Okay.
you showed the cathedral
Hmm.
and there was the main point, but there was ones pushing up against it,
Yeah.
that felt almost celestial too. Is that what would be the difference?
Because it wasn't stacked enough and there's not enough geometric features. So yeah, I'm looking at it right now and there's one, two, I see two triangles. It's not enough.
Not enough. Okay.
It's
So,
not enough. Like it's the predominant physical feature
okay.
like that.
All
Every
right.
point, like bam, 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 bam. It's not just it's not just a couple.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
It's
then, oh, sorry. Go ahead,
oh
Lisa.
no no go ahead.
The other thing then is, and maybe I'm jumping ahead or whatever, but is druzy an celestial?
Mm-mm.
What makes so that's a different type of crystal on the crystal?
Yeah, drusies are like little crystal. It looks like sugar.
Yeah.
It looks like sugar. Now, if you take a jeweler's loop, you might see a point, but it is not
It's not
it
distinct enough.
it's not this. Like, and this is where I think this is the hardest shape to discern, but like once it clicks, you're gonna know it when you see it.
It's
You're,
funny, that's what I was gonna say. You'd this had come up in a meetup or something, and you described it, and it's like once I saw what you were talking about, it was like, oh my god, now I see it, and it was like then it became very easy to see in other crystals I have. Once I recognized what it was that you were showing us.
yeah. Yeah, and I can't put a number on it of how many of the points need to be stacked because you see they're layers. They're not like all the points are like the same height. They're stacked like a football stadium. The staircases, one, two, three, it's like that. They're stacked. They're layered over each other so that the entire surface is just the flattened side of these points. It's not a distinct point where you can sever it off like a cluster. They're
Mm.
so meshed in, layered in different layers. And and I can't put a number on it. I've sold some small points that had maybe 10 celestials on it. I've
Mhm.
sold some that had 100 celestials. I can't put a number, but when you look and the light reflects it, you know when you see it. So it's not just going to be a couple. Like it has to be the predominant feature of the crystal. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
There's nothing else happening. Like you're not looking at it and saying, "Oh my gosh, I have like a major Tao or a Divic temple." Like you look at it and bam, it's a celestial. This is the major feature. It could have other things happening, but you look at that, that's no doubt.
Mhm.
That's an celestial.
On
The
the alien amethyst I have that has the celestials, um, you had described it as looking like little mountain ranges
Yeah,
when the light hits it. And
yeah,
that was the thing that really triggered when I looked at the alien amethyst. I was like, oh, I see it.
yeah, yeah. That's exactly what it looks like. So you're going to find these a lot in smoky quartz. If you find it in a clear or a citrine or a rose quartz, that's pretty rare. That's pretty rare. All right. So, and Lynn from Australia, when she did her advanced certification, she worked with an celestial, and this was her takeaway in how the Celestial works with her. And again, these crystals do very unique things for all of us based on what we need, but she had to purge the stress of letting things go. And it just helped her to just let go and not stress out about things. Okay, so when you work with an celestial, you could have a very different experience, but this is like an example of the purge energy. So it's not harsh at all. It's not harsh. All right, let's go to Isis. So when I am going through a bunch of quartz and doing the identification, this is the one that I find the most of now. It didn't used to be that way 10 years ago. Not at all. But now the Isis formation is dominant. And it's because we have moved into the divine feminine energy with the rise of matriarchal energy. So, how you identify it is it's a five-sided facet. Two sides are going to be longer, two sides are going to be shorter, and then there's the base. Now, I have seen a couple of rare options where, like, sides 1, 2, 4, and 5 are almost equal. Still an Isis, but it is that shape that you see right there. That's the perfect Isis shape. Too long, too short, and a base. So this is a five-sided pentagon. Huh, we have pentagons in our DNA. So the base is the physical plane of this crystal. The two smaller sides are basically the contradictory energies of how we grow on Earth. Being a human and being a spiritual soul, it's contradictory energies, and how do we balance it? And then the two larger lines are the unification of how we integrate being here on the physical plane with contradictory energies and being spiritual. Does that make sense? So this is named after the goddess Isis, an Egyptian goddess. And this crystal takes us through a process. Number one, heal thyself before you do anything. Before you do anything, you have got to take care of yourself first. So you're healing emotional suffering, past trauma, self-worth. You get that taken care of. That's what she starts with. Once you get that dealt with, then you go to the next level, which is inner strength, empowerment. You're able to see truth energetically. Goddess Isis is about justice. So she's like, you know what? It's okay. When karma balances itself out, she helps you see the karmic rebalancing that is happening. She helps you balance the polarities, living in a third dimensional earth while raising into a fifth dimensional frequency. She helps you do this. So this is all about heal and then you empower into the divine feminine energies. So this is a great crystal for a broken heart. This is a great crystal if you are separated from a loved one, either they are in a different location or they have passed away. And it's really great for hypersensitive people, the light workers who are struggling with the third dimensional earth energies, because this gives a level of comfort. It's a great crystal for grief, processing grief. So you take the Isis five-sided face and oh, that's super cold. You put it on your third eye or you can put it on your heart. Ask Goddess Isis to do what you need her to do. Heal the self-worth, heal the emotional trauma, do the healing, and then do the empowerment so that you are fully embodied in empowerment. So I don't know if you've heard me mention this before, but I'm seeing a lot of people in the healing and spiritual community that are wounded healers. They have not done the work on themselves. They may be able to teach. They may be doing sessions on people, but they have not done the inner work. They're the wounded healers. The Isis is for the wounded healer. You have to take care of yourself before you can do anything. Before you can do anything. So you can't take care of your family, you can't take care of your pets, you can't take care of your business, you can't do anything until you take care of yourself first. That's what this crystal teaches you. This crystal has been rising over the last 10 years. It is so predominant now. I find Isis crystals everywhere. Now, online, I am never going to call it a Master Isis because it'll trigger the FBI and they will be on my doorstep. I call it a Master Goddess. Okay. So, and I'll tell you, Goddess Isis is pretty peeved that her name has been taken in the name of terrorism. She is exacting karmic justice. She is not a snowflake. She is an indigo, and she is one tough cookie. She is a very strong, empowered person, and she exacts justice, which is karma. So if you're struggling to understand the karmic energies, this is also a good crystal to work with. Okay. Do you have any questions on how to identify the Isis formation? Okay. All right, the laser. Okay, the laser is very interesting. Now, they are most often Lemurians, but they don't have to be a Lemurian. Okay, the Lemurians we'll talk about on day 4, next Sunday. Lemurians have the sideways striations. That's one key trait of a Lemurian. I'm going to talk about how they come from specific locations, and this is really a debated topic in the crystal industry. So a laser may or may not have the striations. That's not what you're looking for. Don't even worry about striations. What you're looking for is a crystal that kind of looks like a finger, okay? It's a little wider at the bottom, a little more narrow at the top, and the faces are tiny. Okay, so my laser is on the screen. Okay, it's about 5 inches long, and the faces are not even a half an inch. Okay, that's a big difference from. All right, where's an example of what I'm looking for? Where's an example? My Divic temple. Look how big that face is. That's not the feature of a Divic temple, but that is a normal feature of a quartz, a very, very big face. You got some big ones, you got some small ones. In a laser, they're all small. It looks like a finger. And the faces are like multiple fingernails. They're not particularly pretty, but this is your laser surgery crystal. So these have to be used very carefully because they are energetic surgery. They will cut through your aura, your energy field, and start working. So you do not just start pointing this randomly at people. I'm not even pointing it at the screen because it'll pierce your energy field. This is what you use for energy healing, but you need a knife for the energy healing. So you can use this to draw a protective field around you So I point it downward and I'm literally drawing an energy field. You can do this if you're going out in public, if you're going on an airplane, or anytime that you just feel the need to have a protective field. Now, you can also point it out and then just twirl around in a circle and it'll create a protective field around you. When you're doing laser surgery, what I do with this, if you remember back to um, the first class, when you're using a point like a wand, you have to open the energy field first. And so you go counterclockwise. It's like opening a pickle jar, okay? Go counterclockwise. And you can do it as many cycles as you want, but at least three. So one, two, three. You're going to feel cool laser energy coming off of this. It's really fantastic. And that opened up the area. I then use this like a scalpel. I go in, I cut, I scoop. I literally scoop, toss, scoop, and toss. And when I am done scooping out a tumor, a cyst, a diseased area, because remember, you take out a body part, the disease of what caused it is still there. You got to scoop out the energy. I'm getting wide margins around everything. The surgeon went in and got margins. I'm going energetically. I'm getting margins. I'm scooping. Because remember what I said? The very small knowledge that I have of scalar wave theory, a discordant energy, a diseased energy, a negative energy goes through the quartz and the quartz flips it immediately, transmutes it into something positive. So here we are with a clear quartz. We're scooping. It is sending the negative energy back out and transmuting it. And then because we're using this, it's replacing it with a positive energy. Because clear quartz, its only job is to move chi. That's energy. Disease has lost the energy. We're putting the energy back in. And then when you're done, seal it up clockwise. So I use this on tumors, cysts, diseased body parts, open the chakra column, close the chakra column. You can pair it with other crystals. You can use it to remove energy cords. Here's the thing, don't ever cut an energy cord. A lot of energy workers still teach cutting. That is old technology. That is third dimensional old energy concept that does not work. I used to teach that 14 years ago. And I would always say, as soon as you cut an energy cord, you're going to hear from the person within 24 hours because I still have the energy cord flapping in the wind. They have the energy cord flapping in the wind. And the thing about two energy cords, they will come together. That's why you have to remove the cord. They will have no idea that you've removed it. You can use your laser wand, get in. I kind of treat it like a dandelion. I have to go around it, loosen it up because it's in there really tight. I'm loosening the dirt and then I pluck it out and it's gone. So we don't cut energy cords, we pull them out. And those people will just gently drift away and you just disconnect. Okay. So you have to be really well grounded if you're doing laser wand surgery. So I usually have like a black tourmaline between my legs or between my feet. Um, so this has a very precise way of working with it. It's a laser wand. Okay. Do you have any questions of how to identify it?
And one of these types also, it can a particular crystal be multiple types
Mhm.
at the same time, and can it be a laser along with other types?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. It can be a a little more difficult for a laser to be like a channeler or a Dow because the faces are so tiny, but it absolutely can. You could have channeler features, you could have Dow features. Um, can't say I've ever seen a Divic temple in a laser. Doesn't mean you can't. A laser is never going to be a cathedral, ever. It's too small. Um, so yeah, this has a very, very precise energy. So I actually have little tiny lasers from Brazil that are fantastic for grids. I have little tiny pieces. So um they're little babies. They're about an inch, maybe inch and a quarter long. So, okay, any questions about lasers? Okay. All right, tantric twin. This is probably so Isis is the one that I find the most, followed by channeler. The third most prominent are the tantric twins. I personally am obsessed with tantric twins. I have so many tantric twins. It is obscene. I put tantric twins in grids. I have them all over the place. This is a unifying energy. They can be single terminated, they can be double terminated. But what it is two separate terminations hitched together. It's not like a cluster where they're separated, like they're from the same base, but separated. These are like Siamese twins. They are conjoined together. One could be taller and one could be shorter, or they could be of equal height. So this is a unity with source energy. When you have a unity with source, you're basically unified with your soul. I mean, obviously part of our soul is here in our physical being, but a lot of people are very misaligned with who they are as a soul being. When you get aligned, you are aligned with source energy, the creation of all that is. Then that actually leads to healthy relationships with all because the tantric twin is about how you relate to yourself, shown in how you relate to others. So when you have a tantric twin of the same height, both points are of the same height, you are not only are you healing your relationship with yourself, you are drawing in equal partnerships. It could be friendship, partner, business, but equal because you're of the same height. They're equal. When one is taller than the other, you could be the tall point, like mentor or teacher to the student, or you could be the short point. You are drawing in a mentor. So this is a very divine consciousness crystal where you are taking care of yourself first and getting into this unity consciousness, which then gets projected out and you start seeing it in your world. So it helps you with relationship energy. It helps you with business energy. It helps you to draw in the right people. If you feel like you are constantly surrounded by the wrong people, work with a tantric twin because there could be some conflict within you. And when the tantric twin helps you resolve that, then it starts showing in your outer world. So it's a really fantastic balancing crystal to work with. Um, I mean, you can, when you identify the relationship corner in your feng shui map, you can put it there to manifest healthy relationships. You can work with it to balance any disharmony in relationships. So, I give you a way that you can meditate with it and start to shift because you're shifting yourself, which then shifts everything that you see outside of you. So it's an inner conflict, inner resolution crystal. I love it. I love it. I just like the look of it. I have these as the amplification points on my grids. I just love it. All right. Any question about tantric twins? As Dobby strolls by. Dobby, honey, I just fed you. You are good. Don't tip over the lamp. All right, any questions? Okay. All right. We got two more left. Dobby is going to tip over everything. Dobby, there's really not a lot of room on my desk. He's bumping my computer. Dobby, honey, I need you to move. Move, move, move. Move, move, move. Come on, down you go. There you go. Oh my word. All right, time link. Time link. So I don't find these very often, but when I do, I get really super excited. And they can slant either to the right or to the left. And what you're looking for is a parallelogram. So you're looking at wait, these are in the wrong space. Okay. So what you're doing is you're looking at, the six faces that are at the top, and sandwiched in between two of the faces, you will see it. And it's slanted. If it's slanted to the right, it can help you access future timelines, which are parallel. They're happening now, but it's technically future timeline. And if it's slanted to the left, you're accessing a past parallel timeline. So past lives and future lives are actually, they're happening all at once. We live in a parallel universe. So when you access the past, it's just parallel because energy doesn't know time or space. It's just another timeline that you have moved away from. But you can still go back and learn from it. And Dobby, I need you to get down. Hold on, guys. Dobby, down. I may have to close the door. So when you are accessing another timeline, because we should always be progressing through timelines. Some people get stuck in old timelines. We can go back and we can reframe energetically a timeline, which then creates like a domino effect of, people call it healing. But what you're doing is you're reframing it. The lines are the parallel. It's basically the pathway, the yellow brick road to get to that timeline. And this crystal is a bridge from your timeline now to the timeline you want to go to. So if you draw in the parallelogram to the left, that crystal is telling you you need to travel back to reframe something. Okay. Now, when you basically time travel, you need to travel with a destination. Okay. So you can't just say, take me where you want to take me. No, you need to tell it. So it can be, if it's a left past time link, you can say, take me back to seventh grade when XYZ happened. If it's a right, you can say, take me forward 5 years. Let's see what's happening. Okay, hold on. I have to get Dobby out of here. He's driving me crazy. Hold on. Okay, there we go. There we go. He gets to this point, even though I already gave him lunch, and he now wants second lunch, and he will not leave me alone. So I have to escort him out. So, so you have to, it's kind of like, remember the Back to the Future movie, and they would program, you have to give it a destination. Do not time travel without a destination. It's frankly dangerous to do that. You have to select a destination. And what you do is you gaze into the parallelogram you're crystal gazing, you're going into meditation, and when you gaze into it, like I feel like a wave-like effect. Like I soften my gaze. I'm not just like staring at it. I soften my gaze and things just start to get really wavy. And this is where you can, with your intention, travel back, travel forward in a timeline, and you rework it or you ask questions, but you can rework the outcome. And then it will transfigure the energy moving forward so that it doesn't have the effect on you now that maybe it did in the past. Or if you're going into the future, it's just more receptive. What can I see? And usually you'll see multiple timelines because we always have multiple pathways, and maybe you'll just see one pathway forward. So it's really interesting to to work with one of these because you're just you're learning about timelines and multiple dimensions. Okay, any questions about how to identify the time link?
I think I understand, but I want to make sure. How how do I know if the time link is in between two faces on the sides, or can it be on the top? In other words, like I have a crystal here where it almost looks like the time link came between the top didn't make its way all the way up, but then I'm thinking, well, maybe that time link should be the side. Does that make sense?
I honestly, I'd have to see a picture of it. I don't understand. The
I
t
guess
the
so.
timeline is sandwiched between two faces.
So if it's so there's the six faces, and then it would be on any of the sides as long as the so if it's a five-sided connected to a triangle, it would have to be between the triangle side and one of the five sides. I hope I'm saying that right. Like
I'm
I have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 side, and then a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So you're not counting side. You're not counting the faces
Okay.
like you do a channeler or a transmitter. We're not counting. So on the picture, do you see here, if you can see where my mouse is moving, you see that's a face.
Mm-hmm.
That's a face. You see how it's sandwiched in between?
Mm-hmm.
Because the face goes not always, but it's trying to make it to the point. Okay? This is in between. This is lower.
Okay.
That's the parallelogram.
Okay.
The time links love to grow with Isis. If I'm going to find a time link, it is more often than not next to the Isis facet. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what makes it confusing is our last master, the window. The window is a straight up diamond. It's not the parallelogram. It's a straight up diamond. All right. These are rare. This is, other than the Earth Keeper, this is the rarest to find. I don't find these every day. Out of 100 crystals, I may have one. So the diamond, I mean, a lot of times they're small. That's really hard to work with the small diamonds. You want one that is big enough that you can actually see through. Because you can work with it in a different ways. This literally is a window into your soul. You are not channeling anything. You are looking into you with this. But you can also look, like I can look through a window and see other people's aura. It's really fascinating. So, all right, where's my big window? All right, here's one. And she grows right next to an Isis. So for us looking into ourselves, we gaze into the window and then you just pay attention to what pops into your mind. There could be things that are really amazing and beautiful, like affirming that yes, this is great, you're on the right path with this, this is awesome. But you may also get a window into things that you're like, ooh, okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. And it gives you the inner working to still work on. But when I use it to look at other people's aura, like you got to figure out, it's kind of like looking through a jeweler's loop, like how are you going to look through it? Um, like when I look through it, like I got Rudy right here. He's looking at the leaves fall and it's like toys falling from the tree. So here, I'm gonna look at Rudy. Okay, where are you? Right there. Oh, his aura. It like I literally see it's like a pencil outline directly touching his body, and it's blue. It's blue on one side and orange on the other. That's so cool. It's like the coolest thing. This is like a party thing. Pull it out at a party and look at people's aura. So it takes practice to work with it. You may not get it the first time out, but what you want is, a big enough that you can look into it and you can look through it. So these are really fun to work with. Now, with all of these masters, I do not see stores labeling them. They don't know what they have at all. So if you shop at a crystal store and you don't see any of the master labels that are accurate, that's another thing. If you don't see them, that tells you the level of knowledge and credentials that that seller has, which is virtually none. Virtually none. A lot of people do not talk about these. They do not know. These are when you are ready for these, you will learn about them. You guys are ready to learn about them. I have a lot of people that buy masters from me. They don't know how to work with them. They are awesome crystals. They will do all sorts of great things. But when you understand the individual traits and how to identify them, right there, you've made a connection. As soon as you have the aha, it's a window. You are now attuned to it. Then you start working with it. And the more you work with it, the stronger this crystal is going to do its job, blended with your frequency. So that's why I said at the beginning, when you learn about the masters, now you know how to work with crystals. Now you really know. All right, any questions before we go to the next section? All right. No questions? All right. So I would encourage you to go through your entire supply of quartz points. So that includes clear quartz, citrine, amethyst. So that includes clusters, big enough clusters to where you can do the identification on the points, and smoky. And you're going to be amazed at
That's
what
what
we
I was
have.
just thinking. Like, I can't wait to start looking through all my crystals now.
Yeah. Yep. And label them as soon as you find a trait. Like take a little post-it note and label it so that you know. I keep all of mine. All right. I mean, I have a lot that are in use, but I don't know. Can you see that wooden container?
Yeah.
Um, it's about 18 inches long and it's like 4 inches deep, which is good. And I just label. So like I have a channeler um category and all the channelers are in there. I have a Dow category, all the Dows are in there so that when I need to work with one, if it's not in a grid or just not like my Divic is out, um, where it works on me all day, but here I can keep track of them. So congregate all your masters together, like all your time links, put them together. And then you'll know how many you have. It's kind of like the Marie Kondo version of crystal decluttering. Like put them all together and it'll help you keep track. Okay, let's go to and start talking about the energy field. So, depending on who you talk to and who you learn from, we have numerous layers to our energy field. So this energy field it's an electromagnetic field where energy comes up through our feet, it goes out through our crown, and then it comes around in an egg shape. And it is a crystalline structure that works with our physical body. Each layer, like this is a pretty in-depth layer that is in your workbook and is on the screen. I generally work with 4 layers. And that actually comes from my integrated energy therapy training that I have gone through, which is an angelic training. I actually prefer it over Reiki because it is more laser surgery to get emotions out before they cause physical problems. And we work through 4 energy layers. We work through a physical layer, emotional layer, mental layer, and then spiritual layer. But even within that, there are multiple layers and it just keeps going. This resonant field, I mean, it's got so many different names: energy field, electromagnetic field, aura, resonant field, biomagnetic field, luminous field. It's got so many different names. It's just a field around us. And if it is strong, then everything, body, mind, spirit, emotions, everything is strong and balanced and full of harmony. But if the energy field is weak, we can get punctures, we can get tears in the energy field. And this is where crystals come in. Even sweeping crystals through the energy field, crystals off the body. That's what we're going to talk about next Sunday is putting crystals in the energy field. We don't just lay them on the body anymore, not as an advanced concept, because we need to have a strong resonant field. And this is where we start layering energies. So our cells are constantly transmitting and receiving energy because of the sacred geometry formations, the hexagon formations. We have silica and iron in our body. We are a battery, literally transmitting and receiving energy all day long, and it goes through this energy field. The chakras connect to the energy field. The seven primary chakras are not just in the body, they are out here in the energy field. Okay, because when we're dealing with energy, it is not just solid that we're dealing with. And our chakras connect with meridians that travel through the body and travel out here. And when you feel really good, your energy field is huge. It can be up to 60 feet wide. And when you don't feel good, it compresses around you, kind of like a blanket. And you can do this with intention. You can compress your energy field. I do it when I go on an airplane because I do not need everybody's energetic cooties invading my energy field and then I walk off the plane with their bad attitude. I compress my energy field. But we do it naturally when we're sick so that we don't take on other people's energy. Now, in addition to our chakras, we have nadis. So nadis is Sanskrit for movement. And we have over 72,000 nadis in the body. I mean, we have over like 100 chakras in the body, but we have over 72,000 nadis in the body. And this is the transmit system between the chakras, between the organs and the cells and our energy field. They just keep everything moving to convert energy, to deliver energy, to move it around the body. Okay? So when we are working with all of these different things, the chakras, the nadis, the meridians, which are the superhighways, the organs, our veins, our blood vessels, our cells, our DNA, these are all working in harmony. And how the heck does that happen? Because that is crazy that these are all working without us doing anything. Because we have a connection to source energy, the quantum field. There is a connection there. Some people call it God. It's whatever you want to call it. We have a connection that keeps all of this in motion. Now, through our everyday living, we can throw this out of balance pretty easily. So when we are working with, and I'm just going to kind of talk about the main areas, energy levels that I work with, because I like to keep it simple. You can get really super complicated and talk about 89 layers of the energy field. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to work with 89 layers of the energy field every day. I keep it short. I keep it to like 4 or 5. But the physical layer literally hovers off the body and it relates to our root chakra and it is the basically the protective coating around our body that is working the energy to oscillate all the solids in our body. So the organs, the veins, the minerals, the water. It's like this electrical back and forth. Okay, this is why if something comes into your physical energy layer that you don't want, you will physically feel it. If somebody that they just have a bad juju about them and they get in your face, and that's the word that we use. They've gotten into your energy field and you could literally feel sick to your stomach. Because that energy field that controls the physical body is off the body. That's the electrical grid. That's the circuit breaker. It's off the body. So we have to protect this. We have to protect this. So there was something very beneficial during COVID where it's like nobody touch each other. Do not shake my hand. Do not come in for a hug. You better be dang clear before that happens. So if you've ever gotten a hug from me, it's because you're clear, okay? All right, the next layer off of that, some people call it the etheric layer, but this is the layer really between the physical body and the emotions. Okay, it's the go-between. And we do have electrical currents that are going through this. It has been really studied a lot, which if we have time today, I'll talk about that. And that layer, it relates to our sacral chakra. This is, this is where we're getting sacral chakra energy from. And there's going to be a disturbance in this layer before we feel something physically, because everything comes from the outside in. And by the time we feel something physically, it has already traveled through all these layers and left an imprint. And in energy work, we are backing up the train. We got to back it up through the energy field to clear it. Okay. The layer after that is the emotional field. So again, this is an electromagnetic field where our emotions, are we an emotional person? Are we more stoic? What are our feelings, our personality? That's all in that field. And before we feel something physically, we feel it emotionally. Okay? If you physically are sick, your emotions are out of whack. There is nobody who is sick and is joyful about it. That's how intertwined they are. So when we are emotionally off balance, if we do not deal with it, it'll hit us physically. This is why grief and heartache, depression, anxiety will, not may, will result in a physical issue if it's not dealt with. And we hear this with spouses where one spouse passes away. They may seem very stoic, but they have a lot of heartache of a lifetime together. And next thing you know, 6 months, 12 months, 18 months later, they're gone because they didn't deal with it in the physical body, dealt with it. That's why we have to deal with emotions. Otherwise, they will turn physical. There are lots of books written about this. The layer after that is the mental layer. This is your thoughts, your beliefs, your identity. This is where speaking truth, this is where creativity happens. This is where negative mindset, having a victim mentality, looking at half glass empty, is going to impact your emotions and then impact you physically. So this is where thoughts and beliefs are really important, and the energy shift is really focused on this right now. Like we really need to remember who we are, because we have been programmed to be very, very limited, low functioning beings. And this is all getting blown to pieces. Hold on, Rudy, stop. Oh my gosh. I have screens on the inside of my windows. I don't understand this. It's a very bizarre concept. And he just reached up to snag them. Cats, I tell you, someday they're going to be the death of me. So, this is why the energy shift is so focused on having us work on our belief systems. Because if we believe in the limitation of the third dimensional world, you can kiss your emotional balance goodbye and your physical body is going to suffer. It is all connected, it is a direct pipeline. And then the last layer, this is like the causal layer, the spiritual layer, or the karmic layer. And this is where your lessons come in. This is where your true self, who you really are. Most people are so disconnected from this field because they haven't dealt with the rest. Their physical body has fallen apart. Emotionally, they are, a hot mess, and they just have such old school beliefs. They have not remembered who they are. So you can forget about connecting with the spiritual layer. But once you do, and that's through the third eye and the crown and the higher chakras, then you connect with your higher self, which is your soul at source level. Now, what's interesting with all of this, so we have this energy layer, we have this chakra column, also called a light column because it's our battery. We have an energy cord that connects to basically through our belly button So it's not even necessarily connected to a specific chakra, but it's our belly button. This energy cord is connected to source. And that's why when we are working on our chakra column and our energy field to keep it clear, we have a divine connection. We basically have a telephone line to source, to the quantum field, to our higher self, and we get information, we channel, we just know stuff, we have deep wisdom. But this energy cord, while it is connected to the physical body, keeps us alive in a human body, keeps our soul connected. Because once this energy cord is called the silver cord, once it disconnects, the body dies and the soul just goes fully back into source energy because the soul is infinite and endless. But we are a soul having a vacation in a human body. We need this silver cord connecting us, and it broadcasts energy. But if you have ever in the middle of the night been jolted out of bed, you traveled too far in your sleep because we astral travel through the dimensions in our sleep. You may remember it or maybe you don't. But if you ever get yanked awake, you astral traveled too far and the silver cord yanked you back into your body because if you go too far, it'll break. It'll break. So it's a safety mechanism that, nope, this is not your time. Come back and bam, like you will jolt awake. That is the silver cord. And it is a really cool thing. And when the body dies, the silver cord disconnects. This silver cord has a weight to it. I wish I could find this study. I'm sure if I Googled it, I could find it. But there were scientists that actually studied how much the soul or the silver cord weighs. They would weigh a human body right before death and then weigh it after death, and it was something like 2.7 pounds difference. So the soul and the silver cord has a weight to it. Okay, so we are not just this physical body, we are an energy body with electrical circuits just happening all the time. And that's where crystals come in because crystals are electrical conductors of energy. They're oscillators of frequency. And so when we feel off, the crystals are adjusting the frequency of our body. So let's see, what page is it? On page 61, I have given you, and this is a small list, it can go bigger than this, but these are kind of my top ones. You can use crystals to clear this energy field, and it's just simply by sweeping crystals, start at the body. You can work on each chakra, like start at the third eye and go all the way out as far as your arm will reach and come back, go to the throat, go all the way out. But then you can go up and down and all around. All these disharmonic energies, all the electrical impulses that are not beneficial to you, you are clearing them. You are clearing them out. And based on what you want to cleanse, you work with different crystals. So these are just things to just start working with and see how it resonates with you. All right, so do you have any questions about that? All right, again, I'm going to pull up the next PowerPoint. We're going to get a head start on next Saturday. All right, no questions about that? Okay. All right, let's go to the next level and let's talk about the chakra system. So we have more than 100 chakras in the body and in the energy field. We are born with the 7 primary chakras fully activated. And then through environment and lifestyle, they can become depleted, they can excessively produce, they can become out of balance. And with each of those chakras, and those were outlined in either the basic class or the animal class, regardless of which one you took. We need to do things throughout the day, throughout the week, throughout our lifestyle to keep them balanced because just living here with all the disharmonic energies, they can get out of whack. The food we eat can throw them off balance. But in addition to those 7 primary chakras, we have additional chakras. So I'm going to talk about earth, the feet chakras, the palm chakras, the zeal, the causal, the soul star, and the stellar gateway. These are ones that we activate. Okay. Now, Dr. Valerie Hunt, she passed away, I don't know, I want to say about a decade ago, but she was a professor at UCLA, and she spent her career using telemetry instruments to study the chakras and the energy field. And she found high frequency electrical pulses coming out of the 7 primary chakras. So the chakras are not woo-woo. They actually go back to ancient Sanskrit society, but they have been tested scientifically. So I'm going to show you a video in just a minute. But there have been lots of scientists. There is a scientist by the name of Dr. Motoyama. He put people in a room that blocked frequencies. It was a sealed, like hermetic chamber. And he had people who were spiritual and understood chakras and how to work with them. And then he had non-spiritual people who had no clue what a chakra was. And they were in 2 different rooms, no other frequencies coming in or out. And he was able to measure the photons and found that the spiritual people, when they focused on the chakra, they had more photons coming out of their chakras. So he found that every cell in the body emits more than 100,000 light impulses or photons per second. And these light emissions not only come out of humans, they come out of animals, they come out of plants, they come out of any living thing. And they're called biophotons. And these biophotons are the steering mechanism behind all biochemical reactions. Okay, so the chakras are behind all the biochemical reactions in the body. And all the chakras connect to each other. And they connect through what's called the light column or Sushumna. This light column, and that's often what I call the chakra column, it's a light column. All the chakras are connected. To the left of the light column in the body and our energy field, this is past energy, this is feminine energy, and the right is the masculine energy or kind of future energy. So when people come to me and say, oh, my left kidney is starting to decline. Okay, left is feminine energy, so I'm asking them about, feminine energies in their life that could be causing issues, or maybe it's them. And then kidneys relate to fear. So I'm like, is there a feminine energy? It could be a woman, it could be a man with a lot of feminine energy. Is there a feminine energy that's causing you fear? And their eyes open wide and they're like, oh my gosh, you're psychic. No. When you know how to read the body, you know how to ask questions, you know how to look at things, and you literally become an energetic medical detective because everything has a place and has a meaning to it. Okay, so left is feminine energy, it could be past energy, right is masculine, it could be future energy. So if you're having kidney issues in your right kidney, you're fearful about the future. It may have nothing to do with the masculine energy, it could be fear of the future. So you see how that works? So do we have time? Yeah, we have time. I'm going to start going through these additional chakras, but here's the thing. Um, if you ever want to do a crystal session on somebody, you do not start a first timer with this. You just start with the 7 primary chakras. If you start working on the earth and the stellar gateway and these advanced chakras, it's too much. Like they got to work their way up to it. You don't go to the gym and lift a 200-pound weight. Nope, you start with the 5-pound weight. So you work the 7 primary chakras for yourself or for others initially, and then once you get some proficiency there, then you go on to these advanced chakras. And again, you can use a pendulum and test your chakras. So in your workbook, I've given you a lot of information about these chakras. But here, here, I want to show you this first. Here, hold on. I gotta click. Hold on. I forgot to pull this up on my screen. Okay, hold on. Da, 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 da. Okay, let's get rid of the ad. Okay. Hold on. I need to hit sound, share. You may have already seen this, but maybe you have not. This is the voice of Jane Hunt, the UCLA professor. This was her, a video she put together of her chakra study. Okay, so let's see here. We're gonna go to the back. Here we go.
States the motivations of the person in interaction with energy radiation from objects and living things. The existence of the human energy field, or the aura, was validated and studied by over 12 years of high-frequency recordings in my laboratory at UCLA. This film shows the field not ordinarily seen, but now visible through computer color enhancement. Like all living things, this little dog has a sizable radiant field, even when he sits quietly. Notice now, as he greets his master, the obvious love and affection between them increases the dynamic radiation from their bodies, even the dog's tail and the man's head. No wonder so many people have pets who give them pleasure and provide a vital field of energy to interact with. See the dull radiation from the body of this man eating junk food. All of these foods are lifeless in vibration. They are dead and quite inert, unable to reproduce life. These do not feed the energy field. The vibrations are low in frequency and small in amplitude, providing only calories and chemicals. Without life-giving electromagnetic energies, the man's energies remain dull and small. Notice the layers of vibrating radiation extending from the man's body and the fruit as he touches and eats these living seeds. In contrast, see the static vibrations from the chair and table. Even before eating, these foods nourish the electromagnetic fields and enliven his field. Fruits, vegetables, grains, and seeds are vibrant living substances which enhance the human field and are therefore called health foods. Wherever there is motion in the universe, there is increased flow in the field that humans interact with. See the explosive activity from the waves and from his body. Also, the electromagnetic field of the body is negatively charged or ionized, as are waves or tumbling water, which further expands and heightens his field, giving a physical exuberance and emotional excitement. No wonder that a day at the beach is so exhilarating and vitalizing. We all love a babbling brook and the freshness of outdoor vegetation and mountains. Most of us believe that it is relaxation and beauty which refreshes us. From our research, we have discovered that living plants and rarefied atmosphere provide a richer field of negative ions, which heightens and replenishes our own energy field. Notice that the man's field becomes light in color and high in frequency. It sparkles and radiates some distance from his body. This vignette of Child and Man is a candid happening, unstaged. Notice that the movement of the child's and the man's head also creates emotion in their energy fields. Exercise, walking, and physical work create an energy field dynamic in the body, which is vitalizing, giving feelings of aliveness. When exercise is done outdoors, the fields of growing plants, wind, and air further increase the electromagnetic pool. This scene of mother and son is also unstaged. See that as the child moves into the mother's field, the affection between them changes the overall field to a pink color. Individuals' fields blend and enhance when there is a warm, caring relationship.
Do you see the crown chakra off of the back of the child's head? Because that's the direction that the crown chakra goes. And it is naturally connected in babies and young children, and then as we grow up, the disconnection happens. But then we can reconnect it with energy work. But you can see it. You can see it on him. It's just crazy.
These energy fields are the largest and the whitest that we have shown. She is oming. On the breath inhalation, the radiant field diminishes, and on exhalation, it expands and envelops the child. We have known for a long time that Gregorian chants, oming, humming, singing, and whistling create an energy which perks up emotions and brings an expanded consciousness.
All right. Isn't that cool? Yeah, and that there really just is. We don't need science to prove something to us. But when we get science, I just want to run up to all the non-believers and go, nah, 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 nah. Look at this. We now have a professor at frickin' UCLA, and she spent her life studying this. Don't tell me that we don't have chakras in an energy field. Don't tell me that. I'll show you this video. I mean, it just makes me so excited. So, okay, I think we're going to stop here today, and then we'll go into these advanced chakras starting next Saturday. So, do you have any questions about this? Anything that we have talked about today?
I have a quick question, I think. When a master crystal, if it's double terminated, can a master crystal have 2 points and each point have master techniques or master characteristics? Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's like super special.
Okay.
To have that. Yeah. And I love it. And I cannot remember where I had these recently, but it was sometime this year when I was doing all the identification. for the store. I mean, it takes me a long time with quartz-based crystals to get them identified for a sale, but believe me, that is work that is so much fun to do. But I remember there was a bunch of crystals where there were celestials on the bottom and then other master traits on the top. And it's like, whoa, this is crazy. I don't even remember what they were. So,
I think that this might, well, I don't know if you can see it, but this is one I got from you where it looks like it's double terminated,
yeah.
and then it had the celestial. That's what it was labeled. Um, the generator, Master Isis, and celestials. But while we were just looking at crystals, I was like, oh, this is double terminated.
Yeah.
So then it made me wonder if, you know, I'll look at this closer, but I'm guessing that could be a
Yeah.
master with a double
Yeah.
termination.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's even extra special. All right. So for next Saturday, what I want you to do for you could start this. You need a good 48 hours. So yeah, you can do this 2, 3, or 4 days. I want you to take tap water or well water, not bottled, not purified. Tap or well water. Get a glass jar. It can be a ball glass jar or just like a regular glass, like clear glass, no colored glass, just clear glass. Fill it up with water and take a piece of shungite and put it in there. Set it in a place where it is not going to be disturbed. It does not have to have sun. You can have it in the sun if you want. It doesn't have to. It needs to be undisturbed. And then when you bring it to class on Saturday, try not to move it. Like you don't want to shake it because you're going to notice that there's little oxygen bubbles that cover the shungite. And if you move it, the bubbles are going to disappear. So if you want to have it like where you are right now, if you just want to create it and sit it there undisturbed, do that for Saturday. So you're going to want to start that like Thursday morning at the latest. Here, hold on. Hold on. My computer is oh. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I'm trying to get I can't get these things to stop showing here. Um, Also bring a pendulum to class on Saturday. And then if you have any of the advanced crystals, so you can look on page 3 in your index, we are going to start talking about all of those. So if you have any of those, you can bring them to class. And if you don't have them, please do not go out and buy them because you may not be of an energy to work with them right now. So that's why I always say do not go out and buy these. Okay, if you have them, bring them to class. As you go through class, you may start taking notes like, oh, I think I'm ready to work with one that you don't have. And then I'll let you know if I have it. Okay, so that's what we're going to do on Saturday. All right, any questions?
The little card that came with the crystals set for the class said to soak the clear quartz in salt water before this class. Should we just keep it soaked until next week, or?
Yeah, so what I want you to do, I want you to take your jeweler's loop and figure out what sort of master it is.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, so you won't necessarily need it next week, but come back and let me know based on the identification what master you have. Yeah. Okay.
Fun.
Fun.
And then
All
looking at the manual here. Yeah, okay, page 3, got it.
Yeah.
Where it lists the advanced crystals, just go through there and which ones we have or
Mhm.
right. Okay.
Yep, but do not go out and buy any.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
You will know if you need any of these. You may need them in a year. You may not need them right now. So that's why I always, because some people take this class and they don't have any of these. And it's like, oh my gosh, do not go out and buy all of these. Like that is too much of a good thing. But if you have them, fantastic. Bring them to class. Okay? All right. Have a great rest of your weekend. I will see you 9 a.m. next Saturday.
Sounds great.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.